comes to mud and calderas and all that mess, the first thing I think about is the trip that I took to Yellowstone. And there were a lot of bubbling calderas that looked like they might make good mud masks until they told you that the temperature was 200 degrees Fahrenheit or more, and that Old Faithful was the only caldera bubble that was going to be predictable. All of the rest of them had all these geologists hanging around them because they might blow at any time. And they were going to spend most of their careers trying to figure out when they actually would. Um, when it comes to Easter, one of the things I'm thinking about with my Ukrainian speaking buddy is that because Easter is so comparatively early here for the Catholic, US Catholic and US Episcopalian calendar, and so late in the Greek Orthodox and I think Ukrainian Orthodox calendars, I'm figuring that that's going to give us what, 4.5 weeks to talk about food. And I am so excited that I just can't wait to talk to her.
Now, I think I told you that I finally tried a beet product that I liked after years and years of being Charlie Browned by my wife, especially, who would say, "But you haven't tried this," and it's like, well, yeah, no. Anyway, so yes, I'm interested in the rest of the dishes because that was okay. That's what my conclusion was, by the way. I was thinking it needs something else, so I would have probably put more garlic in and other stuff. But yeah, anyway, yes, food. I like food.
Dan.
So, Nancy, you just gave me good food for thought. My bunny army can stay up till May 5th. I'm going to drive everybody crazy at work. I'm going to keep them all up, though. The ladies like them.
Oh, I heard you talk about that earlier. That's not the real physical bunny army, which they're going to stay out whenever they stay out until. But this is the bunny army, the stuffed bunnies.
Yeah, they're all over the place. They're on the walls. they're on the fireplace. They're on the mantle. They're all over the place. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, they get an extra 5 weeks this year. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I took some pics. I'll send them to you. So, yeah. The ladies love the bunnies. And it's a sickness with me. Every time there's a season, I go overboard. Yeah, they like it.
Oh, I so know you, Dan. Oh, I so know you. I have friends like you. I have friends.
Yeah, it's a sickness.
I have friends that have this huge house, and I swear they put up at least 15 Christmas trees.
Oh yeah, one in every room. Yeah.
Oh yeah, at least. And I'm just like, oh, they actually hold a Christmas party where they sell raffle tickets. I'm not kidding. It's like they almost charge an entrance fee. Now everything goes to charity, but anyway, it's a whole nother story.
That's a good way to raise money.
Oh, it is. Like these people know how to raise some money, but they just raise for they raise people. They raise funds for our family, Dan. So anyway, so
I just wanted to tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm going Tuesday to do Ukrainian egg decorating.
Are you?
Yeah, in a town over for me. Yeah.
I watched a little really old documentary kind of thing about about that. And I know I still have it. But it was really freaking interesting.
Yeah.
I want to hear you tell about that when you get done doing it, because
yeah,
this is a freaking art. It is an absolute art, and it cannot be easy. And yeah, oh yeah, there's like a 1953 documentary. Oh, I didn't watch that one.
Yeah, I'll report back to you and let you know how it goes.
Yeah,
It's Tuesday.
yeah. I can't wait to see that. That will be really good. But it's
Yeah.
Pinsaki, Pin Pasenka.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it either. Don't feel bad.
That's okay. Lita's not listening. If Lita was listening, she'd be coming right up in here and telling me how wrong I am. And they decorate there, and the eggs are not hard boiled. Nancy, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely want to learn more about that from Dan. I actually, on Prince Heather, you'll appreciate this, on Etsy, I just literally a few hours before this session purchased something I'd been eyeing since last year, which is those traditional eggs in the traditional format, the way Lita was describing them in her last discussion with us, which was natural eggs, blown out with the wax
Not blown out.
art.
Not blown out.
Oh,
not,
right,
no.
not blown out. They might have to be to travel to the U.S. successfully, but using wax and other products for the coloring and the dyes. It is definitely a lot more complicated than doing the same images in wood. So I'm really looking forward to what actually shows up, and I definitely want to hear what Dan has to say. And that's also on my list to prod my the person that I'm teaching English to or helping conversational English with. I have a question about those eggs because I definitely want to learn more because those things are gorgeous. And I would crush them at my first attempt, no matter whether they were just plain egg, if they were hard boiled, if they were wooden. I would still butcher them regardless, so I'm looking forward to hearing more.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Man. Anyway, where I was gonna go, I was actually about the eggs. The eggs are very, very interesting. And once I watched, I mean, I can explain to you maybe how they're done if you want to hear a little bit. From what I understood is how this goes is they draw designs with hot beeswax. They have specific tools to do this, and it depends on what kind of line they're trying to make as to which tool that they use, and they get it hot. You're putting your thumb down on me, Nancy? Really? Um, so they what I was
I
watching.
hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. That
I
was supposed to
figured
be
you
a
did.
thumbs up.
I figured you did. So they like heat the wax and they heat up the instrument in the candle in a candle, and then they get it onto this the tool. They get the tool into the beeswax, and then they draw onto the egg. Okay, so now you're covering up part of the white at this point, right? And then you put it into, I can't remember if they said the lightest, I think it's the lightest dye first. That you put it into the lightest dye that you want first. And then they continue with the design. And so then whatever you do next is going to keep the yellow covered, right? And so the yellow stays, and then they dip it into another color, and they could keep on doing that. And then at the end of it all, they heat the egg up and wipe all of that wax off to reveal what design was made. So it is an extremely complex process. It's not quite as easy as dyeing Easter eggs. That's what I'm going to say about that. It's not quite as easy as dyeing Easter eggs. It's very complex, and it looks like it can take a long, long time, and it's beautiful. And the actual designs have meaning to them. The way things are drawn onto the egg has specific meaning to them, and I think they have evolved from a pagan kind of meanings into religious type of meanings, and symbols that represent the cross, and all kinds of different things like that. And it was absolutely fascinating to watch this little ditty about it, and can't wait to hear what Dan has to say. Dan, I hope you don't break any eggs, don't burn yourself, and yeah, because I would burn myself. I mean, I know that that's just a given. Um, yeah, or I'd try to write on myself with the wax to see if I could make like a interesting design. Um, but that's a whole nother story. So anyway,
I suggest to you that this talent was developed before television, because in the television days we wouldn't have time for this. There's no way. There'd be the Brady Bunch reruns on, and I'd be going doing that rather than much less anything more interesting. So, no, this takes a lot of time. So, being in a family with two professional artists, mother and sister, this is the kind of stuff that they would go do, but in other things. However, we did this once in a really simple pattern, and this was when I was a child in Michigan, and that was where this part of the world. A lot of them moved to Michigan, so uh, it was really neat to see it as a kid. And but I never did this. We just did it the old-fashioned thing. But one trick that we did was we put the egg in the dye. Uh, on the hemispheres, right? Two different colors on hemispheres. So, I mean, not a great trick. It's nothing special, but it worked out. And you can do it. It reminds me a little bit of those tie dye in a way, that you're covering up parts, dipping. You can dip different parts, but this is extraordinary work, and I love it. So I'm great. But you don't get to eat these. You don't crack these open to eat after you get the egg out first.
yeah. Now, these yeah, and the way they described it is these are not cooked in any way. They are left raw, and eventually the egg. And I can just tell you this: eventually the egg turns to powder. Um, and yeah, and I can tell you that from having birds that like to lay eggs. And yeah, I thought, one of them cracked after like a month and a half, and I thought this is going to smell awful. It didn't smell at all, and it was just it hadn't reached the powdery phase yet, but it had reached a, I don't even know how to describe it. I didn't touch it. It was hard. Almost, yeah, it was hard, and it would have gone to powder. I actually have some old ones in there that may be powder by now because they're years old. Years old. Linda, go ahead.
So these different kind of skills go back a while in time, right? I mean, more than a decade ago.
Yeah, because the little thing that I saw was from 1973 or yeah, something. Yeah, excuse me, 1975. But I'm thinking they go back more than a year or two beyond that. Yeah, yeah.
Or maybe century or two beyond that, right?
I
And
would
so I'm
I would think so.
yeah. So the whole raw egg not extracted turns to powder thing and experimenting with food items of that ilk. Um, so I think these are probably the same people that invented that what strum struling fishy stuff.
Oh,
Surströmming.
yeah. That's a good question, but yeah, Yeah, the eggs that don't stink. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. Um, I don't know what they do to store the eggs we buy in stores. Because when I used to egg a house, I mean, you'd wait and those things would end up being pretty ripe. Um, but anyway, hey man, my mom helped me TP a house once. Not kidding. My mom, I was a teenager. I wasn't old enough to drive yet. My mom helped me TP a house. Me and my friends who were spending the night. Nancy, go ahead.
All I can say is that now that I live in a rural area versus a city location, if the biggest difference between eggs that you egg a house with and eggs that last a long time before you eat them is whether they have been washed fully and refrigerated. If you have eggs in a rural location that aren't fertilized but that haven't been washed and basically lost part of their shell during that cleaning process, they actually stay a good long time. It's that cleaning process that we do to put them in the grocery stores that makes them rot quicker, and that's what you want to throw at houses.
Absolutely, you are 100% right about that. I live in the city of Portland, but chickens are a thing around here. And you are allowed to have, I can't remember how many chickens, as long as it's not a rooster in the city. That you have to have a special permit for. Um, yeah. And my poor neighbors, the last of their chickens just died, and I think they've gotten to the age where they don't want to do chickens again. But my neighbors had chickens for years. I sort of miss them bucking and listening to them lay in the morning. Um, Dan, go ahead. Dan is fighting with his mic.
I'm going to sing and dance in the meantime.
No,
No, I'm not.
no,
I'm going to
no,
say I
no, you're
experienced
not.
it.
You'll
No,
fall off the balcony if you sing and dance. What I was going to add here when we're talking about these eggs.
Okay,
There's
it's
Dan.
on.
Go ahead, Dan.
No, I just wanted to let Linda know. Linda, and Nancy, I'm sticking my neck out because this is in my local area, and I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a family reunion, like one of those relatives that show up that you really are avoiding. But anyways, it's in a establishment, I don't know if it still is, that used to be a bar. Linda, you might like this. So I'm gonna go. I don't drink, but I don't have a problem being around people that do, as long as it doesn't get out of hand and they're throwing eggs at each other. But yeah, so that ought to be interesting to watch people if they're drinking, watching them try to decorate these eggs or even get through the first process. But anyways, yeah, I'm it's out of my comfort zone. I really don't do people things, but I did go to Washington and I did okay. But I'm gonna try this. Now I'll let you know how it goes, Linda. Especially if
Yes.
they, I'm looking forward to watching people. If it's a drinking establishment, I'm looking forward to people getting too inebriated and dropping eggs everywhere.
Well,
I'm bad.
you are bad. And what I could say is, if it is, somebody who doesn't like to be around people a lot either. What I could say is, if you get too uncomfortable, you can repel them by throwing eggs at them.
Or eat a lot of pickled eggs before I go.
Yes. Oh, Lord. My brother sent me a picture. I saw a picture of my brother with like this whole entire counter full of hard-boiled eggs. And
Oh
he's like,
God.
and the caption just said, "Pickling eggs for the first time. Wish me luck." It's like, you would try with a small amount, I would think, but okay.
My
Oh,
father
Lord.
made a gallon of pickled eggs one year, and he went on a bender. And it's funny now, but it was so bad. My mother left and she went all the way to my brother's in Boston, and he goes, "Where's Dad?" She goes, "I left him back home. He made pickled eggs." He made a gallon the other night and he got drunk and he ate them all. and she couldn't stand to stay in the house. It was so bad.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. As a person who has a aversion to hard-boiled egg yolks, I would never touch a pickled egg. Deviled eggs and egg salad is okay. Just plain egg yolks, no. Linda, go ahead.
I have a rooster story, but Dan already topped me. So, World War II, Mom and Dad, they did the Victory Garden thing. Also they were cheap, right? So, so a huge garden, and had some chickens in the backyard. And so, I mean, I remember when I was probably 2.5, 3 years old max, chasing chickens around. I love chasing chickens around in the backyard. But anyway, they had to limit my chicken chasing. But one time, there was like one rooster in the pack, and Dad went in. Mom was complaining because she was the one that went and fed the chickens. Went into the chicken coop, which is a huge thing that Dad had built. Big outdoor run, with chicken wire, etc. And Mom had gone in there, and the rooster had turned mean and was attacking her. And so she complained to Dad. And Dad said, "Oh, what's the matter? There's nothing wrong with that rooster. Give me that stuff. I'll take care of it." So he goes in there. Rooster attacks him. I guess there's feet and feathers flying. And the next Sunday we had chicken stew. And there was no more rooster. That's my rooster
Oh,
story.
there you go. Well, I will save you the baby chicken story, and because we got to sort of get back to Ukraine. But Nancy may have a chicken story real quick.
Yeah, all I can say is roosters are mean, and I completely agree with Linda's stories. I've been there, done that. Yeah.
Can I give you an addendum?
Oh, sure.
How we even got chickens? I guess my brother, one of my two older brothers, had, for whatever reason, he loved birds, and including chickens. He had pictures of chickens all over his bedroom wall, etc., etc. And so he wanted some chickens, and so Mom took him on the bus down to the closest feed store to buy a baby chicken. Well, they only sold them by the dozen. So Mom comes home on the bus with Dick with a dozen little tiny chickies. Dad comes home. Ye gods, don't you know they get bigger? So he then had to proceed in building bigger and bigger chicken enclosements until there was this huge chicken run in the backyard. Yada yada yada. Anyway, follow on stories, but yeah. But that rooster was the end. That was the demise of they kind of, that was the beginning of the end for the chickens. But anyway,
I hope your family's cholesterol survived that.
yeah, they
Nancy,
did.
yes, and
Yeah,
I
they
am
did.
I am going to round this out with something very Ukrainian. And Nancy, go ahead.
All I can say is that if you want to have chickens, don't have roosters because it will make your life entirely different than what you ever expected.
Okay, do I dare to tell the really funny but bad story about my aunt and her cousins who, like, in the 40s? Okay, my aunt out on the farm, because they lived on a farm. They still had an outhouse, and it must have been in the 40s. And she and her cousins were out, in the yard wherever they were, and they were playing, and they went around by the chicken coop, and grandma had just gotten all the baby chicks for the year, and they noticed they were all huddling together and not really moving, and so they were very concerned about the baby chicks, thinking, oh no, Mom got some sick baby chicks this year, so I think maybe we were going to help her out. And so they butchered all of the baby chickens. Yeah, Grandma found them.
Oh,
I know, right?
oh.
Grandma was so mad. That was one of the times she went after them with the broom. So yeah, but they all know how to get away. Grandma had a theory because everybody would run upstairs and hide underneath the beds, and Grandma would just poke the broomstick underneath the beds until enough people said "ow," and then she figured whoever did it got it, and it was over. But what I was going to say was last week, Archbishop um, Archbishop Vladislav, his Beatitude Archbishop Vladislav Shevchuk, and I was told that you can just say Archbishop Vladislav, and that is acceptable. He was in the United States, and of course, when you visit the United States and things like that, you bring gifts for people. And the gifts that he gave out to all of the bishops and all of the important people that he, saw, were two things. And I don't know if he gave one to Cardinal Timothy Dolan. I know he did to, is her name Renee Lynch, and I can't remember her exact title, but Gina did a story of an interview with her this week. Anyway, what he brought for as gifts were two things. He brought a piece of the Shahed drone that crashed. Yeah, that's what it did. It crashed into where his residence is in Kiev, into the church where his residence is in Kiev. Obviously, he wasn't injured, but he was giving away pieces of the Shahed drone, framed pieces of the Shahed drone, to people so they don't forget exactly what's happening. But the other thing that he brought are the eggs. He brought everybody one of those eggs. And so now with Nancy, having these shipped over from Ukraine, it has left me extremely curious as to if those eggs are blown out or if they just found some way to transport them so that they do not break. So yeah, it was interesting. So, and it was actually Regina Lynch. Did I say Regina? I don't remember what I said. It's Regina Lynch, and she is the executive president of Aid to the Church in Need for the Catholic Church, an international pontifical foundation that supports the church where it's the poorest and most persecuted. So it was a good article about persecution and aid to the churches in need, very especially right now in Ukraine. Of course, that's something that they talked about, and Archbishop Vladislav presented her with these items, also her and Cardinal Dolan. So that was there's my connection to the egg for talking about eggs and chickens for the last I don't even know how long, because once we get going on stuff, we here in the late night of the US sometimes go astray. And going astray isn't necessarily a bad thing. It can lead to very interesting pieces of information. That's how we found out that Linda has a problem with boxed wine. Sorry.
The problem is it's empty. That's the problem.
I know. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, I just have to say this is the mystery of whether it's the chicken or the egg that came first. Sorry, Linda.
It's a detective show. I thought that was Saturday night.
Oh, good gracious.
But we did it all under the big egg above us. If you look above your head and look up at this big screen behind you, first in the nest, you'll see that this was all about Ukraine actually the whole time. So
Yes.
eggs, as it were.
Yes. And first in the nest is actually going to go the drone fundraiser. Going to do that really quick here because we always want to remind people that we are doing a drone fundraiser and make sure that they have a very easy way to find that drone fundraiser by it being first in the nest. So that's a good opportunity for me to remind everybody that we are currently raising funds for drones for the 13th Brigade of the 13th. 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. I knew it didn't sound right. And the 95th is actually pretty well known. But these guys, well, what these guys need are some drones. These guys need some thermal drones. And so we are doing our darndest to raise money for them to be able to get some of these drones. And the goal is to be able to get them as many as we can. And that is something that we really would like to do. So if you had the opportunity and can, donating would be fabulous. Give us your pennies or whatever. Um, the um, the thing that actually came up last night, which I thought was sort of brilliant, um, Lie Sniper and Liam Nissen, who spent the evening with us last night, which was entertaining at times. And it was very good to have him on for a bit. He actually was game and did it. He donated also, and it was a pet. And yes, Linda, I know we cut into your box wine fund. A penny per follower. I know. Quit crying. A penny per follower. So take how many followers you have and put a penny per follower and donate that amount of money. You know, even for somebody with 5,000 followers, that's not so bad. And you know what? It makes it affordable. And if you can't afford to pay a penny per follower, then pay what you can. Pay. This isn't a bill that's due. Donate, I should say. Donate what you can. And you know what? If you can donate $1 per follower, hey, I'm good with that too. But the point is, we're thinking that we should have Elon on, and he should donate $10,000 for every time he uses the F word, and $1 per follower. Yeah, that would really help. We'd be able to, yeah, we would definitely be able to do some things for Ukraine with that. Yeah, that would be fabulous. I would be so excited. You know, yeah. Anyway, but so if you are able to donate, that is always appreciated and well used. And if you want to see some of the things that we've done in the past, it's out there. It's not hidden. It's at MriyaReport.org/donate, because I can never remember the way to get there, but I can remember /educate. There's a list of the things that we raised funds for last year. Linda, please go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to point out that, you know, should you be so fortunate as to get Elon to show up and do said donations, there's also an additional side benefit in that, um, given the number of people, that are typically here and would probably be a larger number that would show up, um, the amount of money going into the swear jar would probably be enormously increased. So there's that.
This is true. This is absolutely true, and that is something that I thought of. That is absolutely something that I thought of also. So, so that I can get away from the screen, I do have to bring you guys a couple of pieces. I am going to bring you a couple of pieces of news, um, and it's not necessarily good news. And first of all, we'll go to Kharkiv. Kharkiv region, the enemy launched a cynical rocket attack. Thank you, auto translate. On the fire department. A rescue worker was injured. At night, the enemy launched rocket attacks on the border town of Kharkiv region. As a result of the impact, the building of the fire station was damaged. Windows, doors, gates were broken. The roof and facade were damaged. In addition, 4 fire and rescue vehicles were damaged. There were 11 rescuers on duty at the fire station, one of whom received an arm injury. This is the rescue driver of the local fire and rescue unit. Medical assistance was provided to him on the spot. The aggressor country continues to deliberately destroy those who stand in defense and safety of peaceful people. We know that's true from what we witness every single day. But what infuriates me about this is that, these are the people who go out and they help. And it just reminds me of the double tap in Odessa the other day, and how wrong and how evil that was. And yeah, and my day has been such that I haven't even been able to follow very closely if there had been a big drone attack, and I'm just going back here, and it maybe some drones, but I don't know. It doesn't look like a whole lot of drones, but that could just be the person who is sending out the messages on the channel that I pay attention to that on. But looking through the Air Force, yeah, I do see some drones starting at around noon 30, so 12:30 my time, which is I don't know what in Kyiv, 10 hours ahead. So yeah, 10 p.m. Anyway, but Chernivtsi, Volyn, Lviv region. That's right. I was on the phone with somebody when Lviv went. Dnipro. There was a good, decent drone attack, and then of course the use of ballistic missiles throughout. But I do not see an Air Force report as of yet. And see what else we have here really quick, because these are the things that we got to look for. Nope, that's not new. And that's part of my problem for not having checked it all day, because I was doing stuff.
Prince,
Yes, sir.
overnight, air defenders shot down 14 of 16 Russia's Shahid drones. Did you say that already? Launched to strike the Odessa region.
When that was yesterday, I believe.
That was actually reported today, but yeah, that's from the Defensive View account.
What?
But I feel like I'm reporting old news.
Yeah, because that I don't see anything about the number of drones, and not even from Defense Forces South for today yet. And Defense Forces South will usually put something out even before the Air Force will, or the commander of the Air Force. And the commander, I can just tell you because of the way my feed is here, the commander of the Air Force hasn't put anything out since 2:30 in the morning. And yeah, and that was yesterday, my dear. He sent that 24 hours ago.
Okay. Yes, I think you're right. I'm sorry about that.
That's
I will
okay.
not report old news again.
No, that's okay.
I might.
It's I go to the most reliable places, in my opinion, to look for these things are the Air Force commander and the Air Force of Ukraine, because that's where everybody else takes the info from their Telegram accounts. And I literally went to look, and yeah, at 10:14 p.m., just 24 hours and 3 minutes ago, at 10:14 p.m. my time, he said that they destroyed 14 out of 16 enemy UAVs. All of them are in Odessa. So that was yesterday. Nothing about what happened overnight tonight for them. because the morning is starting. It is 7:17 a.m. in Kyiv right now. So just waiting for those kinds of things to come out. And the still waiting for, here we go, Poltava. The enemy attacked Poltava region with drones. The sound of explosions were heard in Kremenchuk district, as well as from neighboring regions. Fortunately, there are no casualties or damage in the infrastructure, thanks to our fire teams and air defense and Air Force for protecting the skies. Glory to Ukraine. So we'll get some things out of here. Zaporizhia is tough, man. It has just been tough. This came out 2 minutes ago from Ivan Fedorov, the new head of the Zaporizhia region. Military personnel carried out an airstrike in Robotyne, 7 MLRS bombardment in Mala, Tokmak, Robotyne, 94 UAVs attacked in Galapiel, Novo Danilivka, Novo Andrivka, Novo Arivka, Malinavika, and another Robotyne, and another Malatokmak. It's because they're different items. And Zilizachini and Sharavini. I hate reading these things. I apologize because I do so bad on the names, which people think are funny, I guess. 346 artillery shells were fired on the territory of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fell on the area of 12 different towns or cities. And 3 reports were received about the destruction of residential buildings and infrastructure facilities. Civilians were not injured. So, in order to get yourself up to speed here, there were 458 blows to 10 settlements that were inflicted by the enemy during the day in Zaporizhia. And of course, part of Zaporizhia is occupied. So, that, yeah, that is very, yeah, that's harsh. I will look at that in a minute. See if there's anything we have here from Atesh. Is always interesting. What does Atesh see today? Atesh is monitoring FSB representatives in Zhangkoi. Our agents were able to capture images of FSB representatives, and we reported earlier. Our sources from Russian intelligence services reported the arrival of new FSB task force in the north of Crimea. He made the mistake of wearing the chevron. Now he can't hide. Join us and fight for justice. Write to our coordinator. I love it, Tesh. I really do. I do have actually another piece of news that is rather sad. I don't know if people remember. Who remembers? Raise your not raise your hand. Wave your hand if you remember the Norman Brigade joining us on MriyaReport from time to time. It's been a while since we've seen Norman Brigade on, but and I do remember the Norman Brigade coming on, and the Norman Brigade lost some people, I guess, recently. But Hrulf, Hrulf, is with a heavy heart that I write this post, one of which I hoped I would never have to write. This war has taken some of the best of Ukraine, but now it has taken one of the best from Canada. Hrulf of the Norman Brigade has fallen in battle. So that is a very difficult, a very, very difficult thing to say. I do not know if we had him specifically on the space. I was actually talking to mockers about this earlier tonight, and somebody else sent me the information. So I wanted to look up, to see what was going on with that. Um, so those are some updates that I have from overnight. Um, uh, there's some really interesting things here. Okay, there's some really interesting things. Okay, let's talk about the seagulls, you guys. Who knows who the seagulls are when I say who are the seagulls? Oh, geez, you people need an education. Did you not hear my stories of resistance by the seagulls? Yeah, see, there you go. There you go. Combat Seagull at Combat Seagull on Twitter/X, because I still don't like to call it Twitter. Um, Today was the anniversary of sorts of something, and here it was. Today was, and I don't know if I'd like to call it an anniversary, but it is the day would be 11 years ago today that there was a vote, if you can call it that, in the Crimean parliament to leave Ukraine and join the Russian Federation, which is an illegitimate kind of thing to begin with. And it was seen as illegitimate. And of course, we all know that Crimea is Ukraine. So it very well may be that has caused the seagulls to caw extremely loud and poop on a lot of people. And it's totally understandable. The combat seagulls do some amazing subversive kind of work, I believe. And so they have actually posted more today than I think I have ever seen them post. But they're interesting. I'll just share with you some of their posts. Interesting posters appear in occupied Crimea. Did you think the so-called elections would get away with you? Naive scum. We will find and punish every collaborator and occupier. These posters are a reminder to you of our supervision. Hunting reminder about the fact that there is nowhere to run. So they have put posters up, flyers of people that they know are collaborating and helping with this kind of thing. The seagulls do that kind of thing. And those posters are being posted all around all around Crimea. Another post that they say here: Russia doomed itself the day it began the occupation of Crimea. Since 2014, the state only gets closer to its end. The last day of Russia is a meme they have there. And then the call to use the hashtag Crimea is Ukraine. Friends, let's remind Russia that Crimea is Ukraine. So yeah, they did some interesting posts. There are thousands of languages in the world that are spoken. Crimea is Ukraine. Doesn't matter what language you speak, you can say Crimea is Ukraine. There, yeah. They also said there will be some interesting events at pseudo polling stations. Some of them have already taken place. The occupiers will not tell about it, of course. So I am curious, and this leads me to why. And I'll get to you in just a second, James. Sorry. This gets me to why I went to the combat seagulls, because there is the leader of Atesh, who does have a Telegram account, and his post this evening, well, my evening, their morning, is March 18th, the beginning of the end of the Russian Federation, and Crimea is Ukraine. So some good messages being put out by Atesh and the Combat Seagulls. Yeah, I have a feeling these guys are, well, they're always up to something. but I have a feeling they're at the beginning of something very specific. James, go ahead.
Well, I can't wait to hear what that something specific is. I have a general idea in mind, but not looking forward to it. I'll just leave it at that. But there's absolutely no legitimacy in what Russia did. Putin didn't pick up any democracy credibility at all in the world's eyes, and rightfully so. But it's kind of a clown show for them, and we could ignore it. But the things that have happened in occupied Ukraine are, as far as I'm concerned, acts of genocide themselves. We know what are the ways that you say this is a genocide or not. And so, ethnicity and race, but nation is this one, is what we're talking about here. And there's these special things that you can do to, only in the case of nation, take away, make people disappear. And that is make them Russian citizens, force them into participating as a Russian citizen. And this is really a genocidal act as far as I'm concerned. It's not one of the five, but it is just more evidence of what is the intent of Russia. And this is just the beginning of it. We all know that. We've all understood it. We've all known that this is how Russia has perennially done this kind of shit is, take over part of something and wait, and then take over more of it, and then, distract. And they're so good at distracting. And it's really it's disappointing, of course, but I know it makes us all angry. And sometimes when I hear about this stuff, yeah, well, I hope the seagulls have something really good in store for the Russians, really explosive. And I don't know where to go with that thought, but it's just it's disgusting that they're doing this, and it's disgusting that when I looked up Ukraine on Google, just the word Ukraine, the 4 stories highlighted were all about Russia. It's disgusting.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing we expect to happen also. So it's also, you know, that's something that we have to change. We have to figure out how to get our countries to change that. The other thing that I would add really quick, that just left my brain like a yeet and a fart. Um, this is it. I also, yes, I are they yeah, the occupied territories are Ukraine, so they are included in what is happening as far as genocide is concerned. As far, yeah, there is genocide happening in Crimea. Crimea is Ukraine. There is a genocide happening in Luhansk and Donetsk and in all of these places where anywhere in the Donbass that Russia is occupying Ukraine, because that is Ukraine. So there is genocide happening there on the occupied territories because that is Ukraine. Um, but excuse me, but I hold a view that it at times I feel like is controversial, and at times I do feel bad for actually having this view, because I can see how it would be hurtful for, somebody to say, "Why are you even considering or thinking about that? Why are you considering or thinking about that?" And that is that I think that there are populations within Russia that Russia is very deliberately trying to genocide also. And I think that has to do with where conscription notices go out. Where do the conscription notices go out? They go out to specific areas. They don't go out to the Moscow area. They don't go out to the St. Petersburg area. They are trying to get rid of the lesser of their people and replace them with Ukrainians. Now, they're saying Ukrainians are all of these bad things, but they want those Ukrainians to become, the Russians. Um, and that's all really rather twisted. And now we need to stop talking about how bad ABBA is, because sometimes it pisses off the Swedes. Um, but realistically, I do think that, as guilty as I feel for saying it, and I don't feel awful for it, but I do think, you know, there is at least, you know, there are crimes. I think that there are humanitarian law crimes that were happening in Russia to Ukrainians all the time, all the time. That's a constant 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and going on for we're into the 11th year, starting the 11th year. That's a reality. Those violations of humanitarian law. I think that's the same for genocide. There is genocide happening in Russia when you look at what they are doing to the Ukrainians that they have taken there. You know, that is on Russian soil. But I do think also that it's definitely plausible and possible that Russia is genociding their own people. So I often feel bad for having that thought, but the more I have learned about genocide and understanding what you know what genocide is and how to define genocide and how to sort of try to, well, I hate to say object. I say I don't. Some days I don't feel quite so objective, but I do try to be objective. But looking, you know, looking at um, is something a genocide or not, and trying to look at it through clear eyes and take the things into account where you know you would have to say yes or no, is this genocide. um I hope that if there was something that wasn't genocide, I mean, I can say that it's not cultural genocide. Well, there is not such a thing as cultural genocide. There are humanitarian rights laws, and I think that there are international laws that have been broken when it comes to cultural items and cultural things. Um, but but unfortunately, culture doesn't. Is it culture? I don't think culture qualifies as genocide the same way that other items do. Just like I think it's very interesting that the LGBT population is not seen as um, as something that can be genocided. Religious organizations, yes, but you know, or faiths can be, but being LGBT can't. But I also think that LGBT people just fit into the realm of people. So anyway, I'm so.
Well,
Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think you're absolutely right about what's happening inside of Russia. And we had been talking previously about this, and sort of in my way of thinking, there was the genocide that Russia anticipated in Africa due to problems with the grain shipments. That's what they were hoping for, they, as said on TV in Russia. There's also the genocide that they're obviously doing to Ukrainians in Ukraine. And then there is the less obvious of genociding their own people. And I had been thinking about their genociding Russian people, but it is clear from what you're saying that it really is not the well, as somebody said famously, that when we talk about the people, we mean a subset of the people. And that's what Russia does. They're like, oh, we're Russians. Well, yeah, where you're from, right? But in other parts of Russia, you're absolutely right. They're second class citizens, and they are getting genocided. Absolutely true. And but I hadn't thought about specifically Ukrainians in that category, but it is obviously so. So I agree.
Go ahead, number one ABBA fan.
Oh, I wish I was. I'm not. I do like them enough though. Um, the the thing is, I think that this comes from me actually arguing with a human rights lawyer, and he says all the time that don't throw that term around. Don't throw the term genocide around because it is a legal term that is argued mostly in The Hague. But I guess it can be argued elsewhere too because not every country has signed up for the Rome Statute. And there are
certain markers or certain things that you can see happening that helps qualify it as a genocide or not. And Ukraine is a clear case. There are no ambiguities about the fact that they are being genocided. They are uh, preventing women from getting pregnant, either by raping them or in other ways mutilating them. They're killing off the people, and it is culture actually plays a part in the word genocide in the legal sense. So in every sense of the word, it's a genocide. Uh, and it's interesting that you do bring up the other the other cultures that are within Russia or within the Russian Federation, within its borders, because they don't see them as fully Russians. I don't know if you guys have seen the video where there's some Russian, I think they're soldiers, sitting around talking about what they think of the Chechens. And the words that they use, they it's just horrible to hear it. This would be equivalent of in the US. The only cities that actually count as Americans are Los Angeles and New York. And if you're not living within those in those cities, you're not really American, are you? And whenever we're going to go to war, we're not going to take people from the, okay, I need to take DC as well. I just realized I can't skip the capital. But if you don't live in those cities, you don't really count. And unless it's an election for the one and only person that is allowed to be voted for. And if there's ever a war, we're going to pick from from the other places first. Because again, you don't really count. And that is horrible. And I I don't know, but I do think that they're trying to kill off their languages as well. So you have people who speak other languages within the Russian Federation, and they're trying to kill it off by making them speak Russian. And you can see it when Russians move within the former Soviet states, that they refuse to learn the local language. They're not speaking Latvian. They're not speaking Estonian. They're not speaking Ukrainian. They're imposing their language on them. I come from a country that did the same thing, but we stopped doing that. We don't impose Swedish on Finland anymore. It's not a requirement from Sweden's side. Back when it was part of Sweden, it was a requirement. You had to be able to speak Swedish as well. But we have stopped that. It was the same thing in Estonia too. It was part of Sweden, so they had to speak Swedish. I don't know. I'm old, but I'm not old enough to have been there back in the 1700s or 1800 and up to the 1800s. But I don't think that Sweden suppressed Finnish or Estonian. We just required them to speak Swedish as well. And if you wanted to have official jobs, you had to know Swedish if you wanted to have higher jobs. So I think that the parts within Russia also qualifies as being a genocide because they're trying to kill off the local culture and the people, which should scare people. And now that he got reelected, because that was so official, he is on par with Stalin. And they're saying that the death toll under Putin is starting to rival Stalin. And that is a scary thought as well. Anyway, I'm done rambling. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate that. There was a lot in that, so I won't address all the points. I don't know how many Stalin killed, but it was quite a few million, was it not? I think in Putin's.
I think
Go ahead.
it's like around 30 million.
Yeah. So, but Putin has had the time to do that kind of work, so I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm going to look into that actually. But it's this language business is really troublesome. We knew that Ukraine had been outlawed by Russia, and it is one of the things that really does suggest that they want to wipe out the whole thing. Everything will be forgotten by the time Russia's done with it if they have their way. And you know, history can disappear from the world, and that's what Russia is trying to do. And it's so sad. I'm glad that there's a strong diaspora. They kind of give the lie to that right away. But in the face of unrelenting lies, it sometimes hard to resist that. But um, I do think that given the will of the Ukrainians, they're not going to get away with it, of course. But it won't do all the damage that they've done with the genocide. Now, whether or not they're doing genocide on their own people, I guess really there may be not enough independent eyes on that to know. That's a theory I have, but maybe there is enough evidence somehow to get a conviction in that regard. But definitely in Ukraine, in their case, I believe there's so much evidence now. It's probably I didn't say it first. Somebody else said it first that it's maybe the best evidence genocide ever. So I'm hoping that the laws and the courts follow that and conclude that, because that would be a great way to at least in the court of public opinion, even if it didn't have the force of an army moving people out of a country, it would at least in the information war, which is important, probably more important in some ways, it would be the thing we need. And it would also be that I hope that bell that kind of rings for another seven decades or something like that through history and keeps us from doing this again. Well, although we have, haven't we? Prince, you know that humanity hasn't stopped doing genocide. So, but still, I hope this is the case that will put at least a pause, tap the brakes at least.
Yeah. And and the thing is that now I have to say that the I probably got a little bit over my skis because I don't have enough information about the genocide in Russia. I do believe that there is. That's just my hunch. But I feel like there are enough people with the education who are attorneys, who are lawyers, who have that experience, who do this, who spend their lives devoted to researching genocides all over the world, who have said it. Um, Even though our lawmakers and our leaders are not saying it in a way that they should, I'm very, very comfortable identifying what is happening in Ukraine as a genocide. There's no doubt there. There's no doubt there. And it was first identified as a genocide in May in the New Lines Institute, Raoul Wallenberger Center for Human Rights report in May of 2022. And it was then followed up by another report by that same group in at the end of July, I believe, 2023. And that one was the lead writer on that was Dr. Christina Hook, has excellent experience in this. I don't recall who wrote the first one. You also look at now see, I'm gonna have a brain fart on the last name. Um,
Someone Ukrainian in high office.
nope, Evelina. Evelina. Oh man, this is gonna frustrate me. I have her email address. Why can I not think?
Well, let me think on that, and I'm just going to add to the list, sort of. There was a package of information that came out in the Ukrainian review from the Center for Strategic Communications, and they put together a study of Russian law and Russian activities, especially in the media, and it was they were saying evidence that would leave no one left unpunished, and it had two main themes. One was, like I said, the media. The other was the how what Russian laws have been written. And there was a quote in it that I forget, but it was effectively saying, yep, some of these laws are genocidal in nature. And all that was not not shared or distributed, but rather is being treated as evidence, I believe, and submitted to, well, I'm not quite sure where that goes, because it would be like the attorney general, if it was in the United States, I would suspect, under at least the auspices of the Department of Justice. So I don't know enough about Ukraine to say where it goes, but it's the kind of additional evidence that we're talking about that really puts this case to bed, if you will. And it's yeah, it's that would be, like, to me, the at least fifth report that we've looked at, and then there was the more recent human rights report that came out in, yeah, this month, right? So more evidence emerging. Now that last one, I'm not pleased with it in its entirety, but it's still evidence, and I think it's going to be hard to deny when. But on the other hand, if we're relying on the ICJ, then I worry about that. You know what I'm saying? I just worry about the venue.
For the genocide, I believe it will. For the genocide, I think we would look. Would it be the ICJ? It might be if it went state against state. But if it's going against individuals, it would be the ICC. And so I don't know that we have as much to worry about. And stupid me found the message and then and then closed it. As Dr. Evelina Okab, perhaps. So she is a international lawyer, and she's another one who also has who I also have made contact with, and I'm waiting to hear back. Might want to follow up with her. It's not a bad idea. So, and of course, there are plenty of humanitarian rights lawyers who have also said the same thing. And I think they are careful, but they have carefully considered these things. But there are so many different reports. Which report were you saying called it a genocide this
This
month?
was well, this was OCHE. I forget the UN.
The UN won't call it a genocide yet. No,
Well,
they have not called it a genocide. They have given evidence that I believe does indicate a genocide.
that's it.
But yes, they have given evidence that, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of other people, would be um, that it is a genocide. But where I'm going with that is the UN themselves, nor any of the organizations in the UN have referred to it as genocide. And just quickly, because I did pull it back up, key facts about the Genocide Convention definition of genocide. The current definition of genocide is set out in the Article 2 of the Genocide Convention. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Bingo, 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 bingo. I believe we can say those all very safely about Ukraine. The other thing we always need to keep in mind is it is not actually carrying these out necessarily that matter as much as even the intent to do that. Um, and it is um, the if you see it going that direction, if you see that starting to happen, that the you have a duty to prevent it and you have a duty to punish it. And the lack of that duty to prevent and the lack of the prevention and the lack of the um well, I can't say lack of punishment yet because I do think this is going to take a lot of time. There are so many intricacies to proving things like intent, to proving there are so many intricacies to proving so much of this stuff. And um the level of is evidence. I'm using the wrong word there. That's not the right word. Um oh boy. It's the dolus specialis word for what is that? It's a higher level of what?
No, it's a higher evidentiary standard, at least.
That's
I
it.
know that.
Yeah. It's a higher evidentiary standard. It's a higher standard than your typical court case. And I guess there's some debate as to if the dolus specialis is really something that matters. Um, it's like if you're sure of this to bring a regular court case, a criminal case against somebody, that's great. But for genocide, you don't have to just be extra, extra sure. You have to be extra, 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 extra sure with a cherry on top. And that is part of the difference that makes it so much more complicated. And as I mentioned this last night, because there was something we talked about last night that Andre Costin announced, and that was that the cooperation of 20 other countries in prosecuting some of these war crimes that are happening. And that's something that I think that is going to be really important as time goes on to keep an eye out on, to watch out for. Because and the way I describe this all the time, and if you've heard it before and are really sick of me saying fish, I apologize. At least it's not that canned crap they have in Sweden. Um, and 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 but what it is but they do have those meatballs, which are really good. I do have to say though, Jenny, those vegan meatballs at IKEA are not quite that great. I mean, they're just saying they're not. I actually am
The
not sure.
one with the one with meat is not that great either.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know that I've ever had the actual meatballs from IKEA. I think the only time I tried meatballs at IKEA is when I was vegan and I tried the vegan meatballs and they weren't all that great. Anyway, back to the fish. Um, I would look to the International Criminal Court for the big fish. The International Criminal Court is rather limited in the number of cases that it can take and the number of cases it can prosecute. Mockers, I see you down there. Get out of bed. Anyway, continuing on. So look for the big fish. Look for we've got four arrest warrants out of the International Criminal Court at this point. Vladimir Putin is one of the most important. Maria Lvova-Belova, I think, definitely deserves it. These other two that got their warrants served on him, one of them may be dead. So so that takes us to 3 or 4 people with possibilities there. I would expect maybe some more. All right, Lavrov, please. Shoigu, Gerasimov. I mean, come on. I've got some candidates, but they're not little fish. These are big fish. I would also like to include the ugly, ugly woman who is really always on TV and really annoys the hell out of me so much that I cannot remember her name. And Solyov. It would have been so much simpler if he actually had been taken out by that drone. I'm thinking you're gonna have a handful. maybe 2 handfuls, like you're anyway. Um, it but beyond that, I wouldn't expect a whole lot more people to be taken up with the International Criminal Court, really. If there's a special tribunal, there may be something different that way. But what you're going to look for is, hard example, but think about the guys who were ordered driving around Bucha to, oh, those people are trying to leave town. Those citizens are trying to leave town. Shoot up their car and kill them all. The guy who gave the orders to do that, and the people who carried those out. Who's going to prosecute them? Do they need to be prosecuted? Yeah, I think so. But that's something Ukraine should be able to do. Now, if Ukraine doesn't have the capacity to do all of that, the ability for other countries to prosecute those people of war crimes is fabulous and wonderful. The United States has already charged some people with torturing American citizens who were in Ukraine. There's another couple of countries who are working on things like that. And there are a group of 20 countries who are looking at doing that. And so when it comes to the smaller fish, look to Ukraine. Their capacity is again only so big, unless you want it to take 20 or 30 years to prosecute them all, which actually is what has happened in Bosnia. And so you those little fish, you want to spread them out around the world so other countries can prosecute them. And I might have just like gone, it's you get a can of fish, you get a can of fish, you get a can of fish. Now I feel like Oprah handing out stinky fish stuff from Sweden. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jenny.
So I I don't know if this space took brought this up to for everybody's attention, but there was a court case that actually happened at the beginning of the war that shows how good of a memory the International Court of Justice has. It was a woman who was a secretary. She was just a secretary, answering phones, doing whatever secretaries do. And I don't remember if it was Bergen-Belsen or if it was Auschwitz. And they prosecuted her. They caught her, they finally found her, and they caught her and they prosecuted her. And that was in 2022. She was prosecuted for something that happened in the 1940s. So these people will not get away when once they're caught, if their name is on the list. And one thing that I do like about World War II, this is like one of the only ones, is the fact that one time, it doesn't matter how long it takes. And two is nobody gets to hide behind the one. I was just obeying orders. They prosecuted soldiers, German soldiers who were carrying out orders in the international courts for what happened. And I personally like the fact that nobody can hide. It's not good enough. You should have known better. And the reason why we brought this case up was when we saw, I think this happened after Bucha, I want to say it did, that this woman was found. And it shows that it doesn't matter how long, and it doesn't matter if you're just a secretary, they can still get you. And so this gives me hope for the future that nobody else will be able to hide behind, I was following orders. Oh, time has passed. None of that matters. They can still be getting their day in court as well. Anyway, that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
That's a very good point, and I do remember that. That wasn't that long ago, and the woman was very elderly. So, I don't know. That's just my supposition on how it could go. And that's my guess. So, and that was the International Court of ICJ or the ICC that did that one. I don't remember.
ICC.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember either.
Yeah.
One of the two.
It would, if it was against an individual, I believe it would have had to been the ICC. So, James, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So that the point about the intent and the level of evidence and all of that, the I think we're on the right track when we ask the courts to lower that standard, because that's what it is going to take to get people, sweep up more people more easily. Only 6 people committed genocide, but 76 million people died by genocide. That doesn't make sense, right? It just doesn't make sense. If it's that hard to convict somebody, we're doing it wrong. I think that the levels below the knowledge base, the dolus eventualis is another standard that's lower than the dolus specialis. So there's different levels that we should be applying, and that right now that's where the court's at. But courts have the power. In Ukraine, for example, will have the power to pick different levels of evidentiary, different standard for evidence. Let's put it that way. So I'm anxious to see what they do with it. I'm anxious to see how they handle this case that's going on, where they are, suing the court to find that Russia, in fact, is lying about any genocide on Ukraine's part. That's what the current ICC court case is about. Strangely enough, it's to say
That's
no,
the
it didn't happen.
ICJ.
Yeah, ICJ, pardon me, ICJ. That's it's strange that they're there doing that. They're not saying, "Hey, Russia committed a genocide." First, they're saying, "No, no, we didn't, and we want that proof." So I think this is, and then buried within that are their own complaints about what Russia did, and this is going to be so important. And there is a whole lot riding on it, and at least I feel like it, because as a world court goes, so may world opinion, and so many people already don't understand this concept and how to apply it, as we've seen. It's disturbing. But anyways, you guys, I'm not going to stay up late tonight. Well, I already did any later tonight. But so you guys have a great night, and I'm going to duck on out of here and hit the hay, and we'll see you guys later. And Slava Ukraini.
Hiram Slava, and thank you for covering tonight. Thank you for filling in at short notice. Dave had a family thing happen, and the family thing came up that he needed to take care of, and so we got that worked out. And I appreciate you staying up till the wee hours of the morning there, James.
I
Tis
had
much
the rest of the
appreciated.
day off. I had the rest of the day off, so it was okay. So it was
There
all
you
good.
go.
You guys have a good one.
Yeah. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing?
Just boiling the kettle, and I've had to feed the cats tuna breakfast because I ran out of cat food again yesterday, and did not order anything in time for it to arrive the same day. So yeah, I'm now everybody's best friend because I made with the tuna this morning. Good stuff, eh? So has there been any more oil refineries blown up in the evening? I'd love to know.
I would too, but I have not seen indication of an oil refinery yet. But we know that takes time, right? That doesn't come out immediately, so we will be waiting and looking and eagerly anticipating the explosions at oil refineries. I do hear that it is loud in Belgorod, though.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it is quite loud in Belgorod. It has been for a while, hasn't it? You know what? I heard some really shocking news. I heard that Putin won the election. I know he did.
You know what? I opened with that breaking news myself when I came on to co-host 3 hours ago. So it is still breaking news for anybody who's awake. Yenny might have missed it. She wasn't there when I broke that news earlier. So, it's good to always break the breaking news at the tower when you come on or when somebody comes on. So yeah, go ahead, Mockers.
Hands are going up and down like nobody's business here. Yanis, did you have your hand up for a reason? No, he's put it down now, so obviously he can't talk this second. Linda, my lovely, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, with regard to the results of the Russian election, I am like shocked, I tell you, shocked at the result. I mean, who wouldn't be? That's it.
Yeah, I just want to add that in some areas, actually, a few of the opposition people did get more votes than Putin. I think what the guy's called Danilov or something like that. And well, in one particular area, he was actually declared the winner. And then shortly after, there was a complaint, and he was no longer declared the winner due to mass fraud. Yes, I know. So they basically just said, "Oh no, we don't like that result, so we're going to say it's fraudulent." And
Is he still alive?
oh yeah, he's still alive because he wasn't really opposition. He was just some slightly ineffective dude, and I think people only voted for him because he was an option. You know what I mean? Anybody but option kind of thing. So yeah, he's still alive, bless him, because of course he didn't contest the results once they were thrown out. So of course he's still alive. Yanis.
Yeah, hello, good morning. Yeah, this this election is just funny, pathetic thing. So in Latvia, there was voting. Uh, Obviously, we have those Russian citizens, and 1% of those who can vote actually participated in this voting. And funny thing, so one potential explanation why only slightly above 2% the state immigration control sent notice that they will check like those voters randomly for stay permit. So either stay permit is still valid, etc., etc. And 25 people were found to have no like travel and permit documents at all. So they basically came to vote. Police asked for documents, and they have basically staying in country illegally. And 4 of those will be issued notice to leave country. So, so yeah, and they know it, and they still came. So, but yeah, and there was quite a show during this voting, because in front of this embassy, Russian embassy, which is actually located in Ukraine Independence Street now. So Latvian Riga has renamed the street where Russian embassy is located. Yeah, Ukraine Independence Street. There's a lot of like demonstrations and performances by various organizations. Displaying pictures, what happening is in Ukraine, etc., etc. So yeah, people have enough on this, but yeah, it just mean that those who still vote for Putin, or I don't know, vote in general, they live absolutely in different information domain. So, and don't know what is happening in country, what to expect, etc., etc. So, just 2%. Good news. Thank you.
Yeah, I did particularly appreciate Latvia's approach yesterday. Absolutely awesome to be able to to take that stance and say, you know, well, actually, this would be a really good time for our immigration guys to get some work in. And yeah, these people came out and expose themselves to the possibility of being deported because, well, if you break the law, you break the law, don't you? And the law is the law. And so I think that was a lot more effective than Navalny's plan for everybody to turn up, because all that did was provide some form of legitimacy, provide a pile of cues that people could film and say, look, massive turnout, look. So it was like a last ditch, huge turnout effort, which played only into the hands of the Russian press, as far as I'm concerned, because they were then able to record these massive queues. And of course, it'll be all over the news today just how popular Putin was. The fact that everybody was working hard, so they had to wait till Sunday to come out. It's amazing just how those two things seem to fit hand in hand quite well together. Anywho, I think we can all pretty much know who's who now, can't we? I think we can see that her effort really did help Putin there. So, yeah, no matter what kind of resistance, it was very ineffectual. Here's the kind of resistance that should be. Now then, one guy in Crimea, I don't know if you saw this fella, some voting chaps came to his door, a guy and two armed army type guys. Did you see his reply to being asked to vote on his doorstep? I'm going to say Prince is probably doing something. Well, anyway, his reply was, this is my this is my house, this is my yard, and I don't want you in it. And they said, well, you know, it's elections, so just sign this and we'll go away. What effing elections? F that, Crimea is ours. Bog off, basically. And then start saying, why did you come here? We don't even want you here. And the guys are saying, well, leave your signature. And he says, what signature? If I don't want to go vote, I don't go and vote. And so they say, well, do you have something against it? And he says, no, I have something against you being on my doorstep. I don't need you people. I'm paraphrasing because some of this is rude. Don't need you people stood here on my doorstep. Who allowed you to come here? And so they start trying to sort of wave the election paper at him again. And he goes, go away. In very, sort of forthright terms, yes. And then he shuts the door on them. Oh, no, sorry, he slams the door in their faces. And I just was like, oh, guy, go fella. So whoever that fella was, no doubt he'll have his house searched for documents, any incriminating evidence they can find, won't he? But they'll probably plant some Sims 3 on him and arrest him later. But I was just like, that's brilliant. And well, I'll be honest, that was a guy speaking in Russian with a Ukrainian accent in Crimea. So goes to show, doesn't it, that not everybody is convinced that Putin is such a great leader.
I'm sorry, I was changing the title.
Oh, you're all right. You're all right. Oh, I see. Booms, fires, and numbers. Oh my, like lions, tigers, and bears. Yes. Brill. Thank you. Sorry, you just amused me with that. So what do we have here? We have some numbers. I've got them, and I want a little retweet before I do them because I'm greedy like that. Yeah, I know. That kind of girl. What I will tell you though is that 17 out of 22 Shahed drones were shot down overnight. So not much of a reprieve they had, eh? What, one single day? So 17 out of 22 shot down within these areas: Kyiv, Poltava, Klemensky, Cherkasy, Vinnytsia, Zaporizhia, and Rivne. Would you believe I'm getting quite good at saying these places? I know.
Try some of the towns.
Yeah, no. Alexandrivka. There you go. I can do that one. That's like everywhere.
I can do some of them, but yeah.
Yeah, so my pronunciation's getting better. I feel quite good about that. I can't understand a sentence, but you know, for some reason though, if someone speaks in French, I can understand most of that. So, I mean, I don't think it'd be that difficult. You know, you've just got to. I only learned French when I was a tiny kiddo. What was I, 11 when I stopped learning French, and I still remember some of it. So, just saying, it shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Anyway. Sorry, desperately needed coffee. 2 sips, for sure. Now then, yeah, apparently 87% of Russians voted for him, except they didn't, you know. The last couple of years, he's not been so so thoroughly popular. No, he only got 77% the last time. I know, shocking stuff. So that's actually the best result he's ever got. And I think we can all see exactly why, because basically they just made them up as they went along. Exactly. Now then, I'm just chuckling at something. Where do you think Sololyov might go for his next holiday, Prince?
Oh, let's see. Crimea?
Well, he's extolling the virtues of the beaches of Iran and North Korea. Oh, yes. So
The beaches of North Korea. I have never heard anything about the beaches of North Korea.
well, you get a front row seat for the you know, the launches into the sea. So maybe that's why. Anyway, Olga Skabieva went to North Korea, didn't she? And she got followed around for ages, and also some people going to Iran might end up in lots of trouble if they don't cover their hair. But there's a beach there, so that's fine. So yeah, he's complaining that currently he can only visit the beaches of North Korea and Iran, and so that's where he's going to. That's where he's going to be holidaying from now on, as far as I can tell. So him and the experts on his show pondered how best to punish the Europeans after Russia wins, by the way. And he predicted that all European leaders will be, well, ineffective if America goes back to, you know, a certain person. Just don't need to say his name first thing in the morning. And so, well, he goes on to say that the Poles are amazing people. I know, don't we all know it? Polish are amazing people. However, what's amazing him is he says they have learnt nothing from their history. Or perhaps they have a subconscious desire to come back home as part of the Russian Empire, considering they're helping us at the border. Yes, I like that. However, I don't know. I think if Russia were to reach out a hand towards Poland, Poland would bite it off like the rabid dog. Yeah, because, well, how much military equipment have Poland bought recently? I'll just say I think they're kind of serious.
Shit ton.
Yeah, I think they're kind of serious about protecting their land. However, on Solovyov's show last night, there was an awful lot of, you know, not only Ukrainians need to be punished for having the I mean, the audacity to stand up for themselves. But yeah, anybody else who stands with them is obviously in the wrong and should be considered, oh, here we go, unclean. So remember that at their trial, that they want to see everybody punished and nobody forgiven for their anti-war / Russia stance, anti-Russia stance. That's the one. So also, I would just like to point out that this particular guy said it's very hard to live without his yearly trips to Paris. I know, my heart actually bleeds for him. But you know what? He could go for a trip to the Netherlands because they have Den Haag, don't they? I think that would be, well, you know, Netherlands. I'm sure it's a beautiful place. You wouldn't see very much of it, like, but no, it's better than being in that other place. Now then, did you know that Budanov's gone all he's gone all green these days, hasn't he? He's really on to this Stop Oil initiative, which I think, you know, I think the environmentalists of the world should be thanking him. I think we're going to have to get him some sort of, like, you know, honorary membership. So if you think about the Stop Oil activists, right, what do? They mess up some pictures, they block traffic, they make themselves a massive laughing stock by gluing their hands to things. Oh, and they interrupt sporting events. And altogether, what they do is they annoy the crap out of people. And really, honestly, you just want to, if I saw somebody glued to the floor, that would be my excuse to kick them. Oh, can't hit me back because you glued your hands to the floor? Very funny. I'm going to kick you up the backside until you regret it. So I think Budanov's showing them exactly how it's done. He is the best of the Stop Oil activists. He just bombs the refinery, bombs another refinery, bombs more refineries, and stops oil. So I'm just point out that Budanov, his approach is much better. So if any of these Stop Oil activists want to really do some proper work to stop oil, well, they could help build a drone or two or something like that, couldn't they? That would be really a lot more effective. Excuse me, I'm going to burp now. Bear with.
You gotta mute yourself to burp.
It was a Homer Simpson burp. You don't understand. I'm a lady. Can't do things like that.
Well, you just told us you do things like that.
Yeah, no, but you didn't hear it, so it's not shocking, you see. Yeah,
Well,
it
I
was
wouldn't be
Homer
shocked
Simpson,
anyway.
you know, where like your lips ripple and everything. Yeah, apologies.
I wouldn't be shocked anyway.
You wouldn't. You know me. All these lovely listeners would be horrified. I know, because you all think I'm dead polite and lovely, don't you? Yes, dear.
Who was the last person to talk to you last night?
That would be you.
Who was the first person to talk to you this morning?
Actually, it was Axel, but not wordy. You know, he just sent me a message saying,
Yeah,
up.
see, no. You didn't hear me when you were still down on listeners telling you to get out of bed?
Oh yes, yeah, I did hear that.
Yeah.
I was actually so confused at that point because I was like one eye open that I thought I was already in speakers and I kept trying to answer you and realizing that I wasn't in speakers. I know.
That's funny.
Yeah. That's what happens when you wake up like 5 minutes before you're supposed to do anything. Oh, Belgorod is loud, isn't it, this morning? Sorry,
That's
I'm
what they say.
just catching some videos here, which, well, this is the thing. Judging by how fast the birds moved, I know there was some booming going on. But I can't listen to it because obviously I'd have to leave you guys on your own to do it. Yeah, and well, what was I going to say? Yeah, I honestly think that nuclear power is the way forward, but of course, Russia. Yeah, let's get rid of them. Oh, sorry, I'm just catching up with my organised crime updates. I know. So, Belgorod has woken up to new explosions and new air alarms. The city appears to be under shelling. Good. I hope they're upset. In fact, I hope their early upset morning causes them to want to no longer be there. Yeah, that's the one. I mean, you know, if you're just going to not get along with your neighbours that much, then perhaps you need to move house. So there. Now then, I don't know if you noticed yesterday that there was a horrific headline in the Wall Street Journal. Did you spot that?
I saw some indication that there was, but Mockers, who was the last person you talked to last night?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So you didn't do an awful lot of additional. Yeah. After that, you were busy. Gotcha. So Czech Republic quietly has been hunting for shells for Ukraine, haven't they? Something that even the USA hasn't done or hasn't been doing. What the Czech Republic have done is they found and purchased these 80,000 shells, or 800,000 shells, sorry, and now they've found some more, and another up to 700,000, I think, which certainly makes that a good source of shells for Ukraine. Yeah. Excuse me. So we're talking about what have we got here? 300,000 Soviet-style projections and about 500,000 Western-made projectiles in the other 700,000. So some of these have been made and people have squirreled them away in their stocks, and the Czech president's gone, do you really need them? Them over there, do you really need them? And so I think he's actually going to people and saying, you know that stock that you put away for yourself? Yeah, well, can we have some of that back? Pretty sure he is. Anyway, according to the Czech government, as more funds are received for this project, more shells will become available. And the first deliveries for Ukraine should be arriving within the next weeks. I hate saying that when I know, you know, every hour matters. However, upon this incredible result, the Wall Street Journal wrote this headline: a small ex-Soviet satellite state goes hunting for arms for Ukraine. Now, just have a think about how that might be slightly insulting.
Just a little bit.
Technically, it's not wrong, but it's framing it in such a way that, you know, this is what Ukraine complains about. They say, look, you frame everything from a different point of view to the people that live in the country, you know, and as you can imagine, Czechoslovakia, whatever you call it these days, you know, that they the Czechs and the Slovaks and what have you have always, you know, been European allies, especially the Czechs. And so calling them a small ex-Soviet satellite state, it's a bit, I don't know, it's just a bit insulting. And so Benjamin Tallis and a number of others, and of course, quite a lot of people power, got in touch with the Wall Street Journal and told them how, you know, Czechia is a country, and that really calling them a small ex-Soviet satellite state is probably one of the more insulting things you could do these days. And you know what? They changed the title of this article. So they actually did change the title of the article to something which basically said, you know, the sovereign country of Czechia has been finding these ammunition everywhere. And, you know, sometimes it's just about the framing, because sometimes you've got to give people the guidance, haven't you? I actually have no idea why they thought it was, what's it called? Yeah, just why they thought that headline was perfectly acceptable. These are the things which surprise me as well, actually. That is it just that we walk around so thoroughly tone deaf to other people's viewpoints? I don't think it is, you know. I sometimes feel as though these things are done just maliciously. So yeah. Oh, now then, there is something happening, and no, I'm only going to suggest this is an accident, you know, because well, I couldn't prove anything else. But in the Amur region in Russia, a freight train has derailed. In fact, 20 wagons off this freight train have derailed. Oh, they had an accident with a passenger car. Like as in a car on the tracks, by the looks of things. All train traffic on the route between Gurely and Bamovska, indeed, is currently stopped. And I'm not surprised, because there's a massive dead train in the way. Hey, me shopping's coming. I've just got a message. You'll be glad to know. So I'm really pleased about that. Sorry, I forgot it yesterday. Forgot to order my own shopping. I know. So it's a good job I didn't run out of coffee. So let me just have a look at where I am. Sorry, I got like rushed this morning, and I'm not quite in the zone yet. So, yeah. So, oh, do we need just a last update on this election shenanigans, I suppose. So in Altai, it was noted, this is the one, the presidential candidate, Karitonov, was the person who won with more than 10 times the vote. So these votes were considered fake, and the votes were then recounted, but no results of the recounting was published. So this was confirmed by Media Zona on Telegram. And I just wonder, that Altai is in Siberia, isn't it? And well, those people over in the republics, they're not quite as excited about being, you know, part of the whole. There we go. And the Siberian battalion have been chatting as well to them back home and saying, you know, obviously, well, what we're doing in Ukraine is horrendous, and it's a good time for you to, you know, show that you're unhappy. So they have indeed shown they're unhappy. But of course, thoroughly and utterly ineffective. So can we please stop with the, I don't know, standing around with the small acts of defiance? Because no matter how many of them there are, if they're only small, tiny acts of defiance, all that does is get you arrested. So there. Now then, I'm just noticing that again recently we've started seeing more POWs. You know, being taken by Ukraine. Now I don't know if it's just that they weren't advertising it, but yeah, I've seen quite a few just recently. Maybe it's just that they've been unable to what's it called? Give themselves up for whatever reason, you know. But yeah, just recently there seem to be quite a few. Now, one in particular was basically found hiding in a ditch, drinking out of a puddle, and the unit that found him basically walked him back to civilization from where he was hiding in some hole somewhere. And I've got to say, these guys that they're picking up, they look so bedraggled and horror filled. They mentioned about this guy afterwards that they found in a scrape in the ground, that his eyes, they just, you know, he's seen so much horror and terror that you can see it in his eyes. He's never going to come back from that place. And although I don't have a massive amount of sympathy, I do think that you know, these are the people who are going home, and if they go home without any real rehabilitation, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oof, I mean, they're not nice people anyway, are they? So yeah, I would just like to point out as well that it's not just the leadership, is it? It's not just the leadership. Nothing's going to change there, and nothing we do is going to help them change either. I think we need to just stand up and say, look, we don't really want anything to do with you anymore till you sort yourselves out. And at that point, it's up to them. Now, gotta say that in Italy, people were a bit outspoken yesterday. People were standing outside the embassy to share their thoughts with the queue of people who were going to vote. And I like this. Italian man. I know who Stalin is. I know who Putin is. They are the same. In fact, Hitler, he's a Hitler. Following all the philosophies, he is doing exactly the same things. And this is Italian people giving, you know, the day a little bit of a flourish by basically being very Italian in the street there and telling the voters exactly how they feel. And that's what we have to do. We have to confront them to their faces and say, look, you know, no matter what type of abdication of responsibility you want to take, you are responsible for this. Even the ones outside the country, because they're not doing anything to make it better. In fact, if anything, they've been benefiting from the whole situation. And that's pretty gross. Again, I would love to deport these people and just say, well, if you love Russia so much, there you go. Go back there. Go back there and enjoy it. That would be my personal feeling. So, you know what? I don't want to talk about difficult things, but I've got to. So, the Sumy region and the border area is being absolutely just razed to the ground at this point. There's, yeah, they're just slowly destroying it. Somebody wrote out a very meaningful bit of text, but the one thing which really hit home with me was you watch these places, and it's almost like you know how you might watch a wax candle burn, and slowly it changes shape and disappears, and that's what's happening to these towns and villages. One day, you see them intact and whole, and the next day they might be, sort of missing at the edges, and the next day more is gone, and the day after that you come back and there's nothing. And that's what they're doing to all of these border towns and villages. And the Putin himself yesterday said that he wants to create a sanitary zone within Ukraine. In other words, he wants Ukraine to be his buffer zone to Europe. For now, obviously he's got other ideas. Yeah, that's just totally unacceptable. And it doesn't take into account in any way the fact that Ukraine is a sovereign country. But, no matter what they say about, oh, well, we'll just have this bit. We'll just make Ukraine into a buffer zone so that, we don't have to worry about being next door to NATO. Even though Finland, right there. Finland, right there, mate. So, yeah, I'm just... these things that don't make sense, we've got to continue to point them out. Oh, you want a buffer zone with Europe, but well, why are you not that much more peeved about Finland? In fact, why have you not gone over there and invaded their border instead? Because, well, you could have tried that instead of Ukraine, but of course, Finland's a bit colder than Ukraine, I suppose, and they wanted their warm water port, didn't they? Yes. One thing we can say for sure is that they're still after Odessa. But I think they've decided now they don't really care how they take Odessa. They just slam it with everything they've got until people just hand it over to them because there's hardly anything left. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's
well,
never gonna happen.
there's a message for those people. Did you know that?
Does it come with a middle finger?
Well, it should. And I just have to find it. There it is. There is it's actually a message from a couple of years ago that Oscar Domesticated reposted today or yesterday. And Oscar says, with Russia terrorizing Odessa every day and night, running the city and ruining the city and killing people, we must remember the classics from 2 years ago. They will choke trying to get us. Morning, a typical Odessa lady to a foreign journalist. Odessa has stood and will be standing always. We won't let anyone in here. They will choke trying to get to us. Odessa is the center of the world. This is what she says to an interpreter. How come he is here and not aware of that? Asking about the interpreter who obviously speaks Ukrainian. Why is this guy who speaks Ukrainian here and not know that? So that I thought was pretty good. So yeah, and I did send you, I did send you a little message from the, I can't remember, I think that was from was that from the? I think that was from yes, that was from the Ministry of Defense of Russia. That was rather entertaining, wasn't it? You just laughed at it, Walkers. I made you laugh. That's an accomplishment.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. So the Russians think that. No, sorry. the Russians had told us at around 8:30 Moscow time an attempt to carry out what they call terrorist attacks, because they're not committing any terrorism in Ukraine, but whenever Ukraine fights back, that's terrorism. Obviously, we can see that, can't we? Yeah, clear as day. So they carried out a terrorist attack using the RM-70 Vampire multiple launch rocket system, which was destroyed by air defense. Oh no, sorry. Only the missiles were destroyed by air defense. All 10 rockets over the Belgorod region were destroyed. Now then, let me just point out that this particular system is, well, we had a little chat about these systems the other day, didn't we? Or at least I did. And the Vampire system is sort of an upgraded, what do they call them? Well, they call them the RM-70 on the sort of the Soviet side. So these guns, these MLRS guns, that's it, MLRS. Well, that's like the better of the Soviet systems, I suppose. And they say that they took down 10 of projectiles from this thing. Do you think they even took down 3 out of 10? Perhaps they took down 1 and they had to round it up. I mean, I just think that whenever they say they've taken down 10, you can guarantee that there was probably only about 4 incoming, and they were drones, not rockets or something like that. They just talk absolute nonsense. They really do. Oh, apologies. I've just got 10 things I'm trying to do at once. So, okay. All right, Kat, get out of the way. Thank you. Sorry, I just got a bum in my face. That was fun. Ah, yes. Here we go. This is what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to pick up Romania this morning. I know.
Oh,
You're
yes.
Romania. Well, Romania have been doing lots of good things, obviously. One of the things they did was they've helped Bulgaria, I believe it was, transfer a whole bunch of armoured vehicles. Sorry, no, you're not going to eat that, cat. Go away. Thank you. He's trying to eat tobacco. He's a weirdo. No, he likes chewing tobacco or something. So, yeah, Romania have been quietly getting on with doing lots of good stuff. Well, the latest example of their contribution to collective defence is an important hub in the Black Sea region for NATO air policing and logistics and training. It's called MK, I believe, and it's going to be expanded, and it will end up being 17% bigger than Ramstein, which is supposed to be pretty big. So Romania plans to build the largest base in Europe, or at least it is building, $2.5 billion project. And of course, this is one of those unsinkable aircraft carriers, basically, because aircraft carriers are all very well and good, but they're large and expensive, and you need a massive crew to run them. Whereas if you put them on the land, they require less maintenance, I would imagine. All that seawater and stuff. So, let me see. Not only do they want to build this, but also a sister base is being built in the middle of a mountain plateau that will help to be the control center for the south and southeast of Europe air defenses. So this is Romania becoming a, excuse me, oh, sorry, it wouldn't go away, that one.
Thanks for sharing, you delicate little flower.
I know. Were they
When
the
my
most ladylike sneezes ever?
Yeah, they were actually. When my dad used to mow the lawn, I could be riding my bike 3 blocks away and hear him sneeze.
Ah, see. Yes, I'm a ladylike sneezer. Anyway, so I thought this was pretty ace, actually, because this is a foundational step to protecting all that area and beyond. And it's super good for basically telling Russia they can absolutely get knotted. I would imagine having something quite so close as well is actually it's quite comforting to Moldova, considering they've been, you know, quite the target of Russian aggression themselves. There's been a couple of incidents recently in Moldova which suggest that Russia have been trying to ramp up this, you know, destability. And I don't know, just having something so serious so close by does kind of make you feel a little bit better, doesn't it? Now then, I'm just having a look. So basically, they can operate out of here and cover the whole of you know, the Black Sea area, the Baltics, and so on and so forth. So it's a really good place to put it as well. And Romania has space and will, and I would think that yes, they're going to continue to just quietly get on with business. I have noticed that there's no major fanfare comes out of Romania a lot of the time, and so obviously this building they've produced some sort of picture for the news and the press, but you can guarantee that 90% of what they're building there is probably fully secret. So we won't be getting all the details about it. However, oh, there we go. I knew somebody was going to tell me what the vampire was. It's an upgraded grad. That's the one. I know I talked about them yesterday and I just couldn't think of the word. So I just think that this is in Romania, that this is super duper good, forward thinking. And this expansion is also part of the important Black Sea strategy. That's right. So remember all these agreements that were signed over the Black Sea and the strategy of, you know, everybody contributing to the safety of the shipping there? Well, this is a big part of that. And so I think that's important that, you know, these Black Sea agreements are put in place. And you know what? Romania is really quite tough. And, you know, the only thing I ever, this is awful, right? I'm just so stereotypically British. The only thing I ever associated Romania with previously was vampires and, you know, traveling folks, shall we say. And, well, although, you know, this is part of their history, that is not all they are, isn't it? So, yeah, I must say I've had a very skewed and old world view of Romania for such a long time. And they have completely smashed my biases and expectations just by being as good as they are, basically. I know a lot more about Romania than I used to, and it isn't just Transylvania and some villages. Yeah, I know. Shocked. But I think it is worth the rest of the world paying them attention because, you know, they're a player. They are indeed quite the player. People sat up and took notice of Poland, didn't they? And, you know, Romania does the same sort of defense, but seems to work better, quieter. That's what I've noticed. They just quietly do these things without having to keep blowing their own trumpet. Now then, let's see who else is doing the right things. Oh, lovely. Sorry, I've just been headbutted gently by a purrer, so that's fine. Japan made a statement this morning. The Japanese Foreign Minister, Yoshimasa Hayashi. Sorry, I'm testing my British pronunciation of everything these days. So he's had a statement this morning that Japan will never recognise Russian election results or occupied territories that belong to Ukraine. Oh, I like that. It's a bit of fighting talk, that really, isn't it? He's basically saying, yeah, get knotted. It's all a load of twaddle. Thank you. So I think that's it's important. Oh, sorry, I'm so full of a cold at the moment. I'm going to end up sneezing again in a minute. Now, here we go. This is what I was looking for. Kay Callis spoke to the BBC yesterday, and I must say, you know, they're up and down like nobody's business, the BBC. Some days they're great, and some days they're just rubbish. And I honestly think it just depends who's on at the time, you know. There's one person who seems to be able to do quite a lot of good work, and then there's a few others which are just, I don't know, badly informed, shall we say. So the Estonian Prime Minister talked to the BBC yesterday and said, look, Putin is afraid of us. He is afraid of warring with NATO. So we need to make that fear serious for him. And she also warned that Putin is very good at sowing fear amongst others, but we don't really seem to take his threats seriously enough. So she added that none of the NATO countries wish to go to war with Russia. And as a result, the only thing that we can do right now in order to prevent that is to provide Ukraine with everything they need. Because if Vladimir Putin and his army were to win in Ukraine, that war will expand very quickly to the rest of Europe. And she goes on to say every single country in Europe, everywhere, which has Ukraine or Russia as its border, needs to be very concerned, because no country will be left untouched. Every single one of us has skin in the game in this war, and we need to act like we do. Now, you know how much I love this woman anyway.
Don't we
well,
all love Kaya Callis? You're gonna have to fight me over her.
that's okay. That's okay. You can have her, but I'll just admire from afar. Okay? That works. Yeah?
Yeah, I guess.
It's okay. My boyfriend would get jealous, you see. That's all.
So, sorry.
Nah.
Not gonna say what I was gonna say there.
Yeah, probably best not to. Anyway, so yeah, she's pretty awesome. And there's been all this talk about who's going to be the next head of NATO. I'm sure, I don't think she's put like a formal request or proposal forward, has she? Two people have, two fellas, Mark Rutte, and I can't remember the other guy just off the top of my head, but he's like, let's have an alternative. So he's the alternative. But yeah, I honestly think Kaya Callis would make a fabulous person in that position. Maybe she doesn't want it. Who knows? Might be a bit of a poison chalice all by itself, that. But either way, after speaking to the BBC, she then went to, well, what do we call this? She was given an invitation to the US to the Gridiron dinner. I don't know what that is. No idea. Gridiron. Anyway, She goes on to say Estonia greatly appreciates US crucial support for Ukraine and strong US presence on NATO's eastern flank. And it is this togetherness that will stop Russian aggression. And then there's a picture of her with the POTUS there. So, yes, NATO Secretary General, that's the one. There's an awful lot of people think that she's the woman for the job, but I don't think she's actually put a name forward for it yet. So it may be that she doesn't want the job. We'll find out anyway. Excuse me. So have I done the numbers? I haven't done the numbers, have I?
No, you have not done the numbers.
I suppose better add then, eh? Let's do some numbers. Go on then. Why not? Let's have a little treat. Well, that's a good question, that Prince. She asked me the question in the background, and let's just say, not entirely sure I've got a full answer for her at the moment. Let's just say my life is complicated. Oh,
Well, yeah,
goodness.
honey, I've heard about some of the complications in your life. So yeah.
Yeah, let's just say I don't really want a boyfriend because they start trying to move in with you and stuff, and I like my house
And I don't
without
think
other people in it.
From what you've told me, he doesn't want to move in with you.
No, it really doesn't, and that's why it works. It's all good. So let's have some numbers. There you go. Now you all know about my personal life. Mwah. So 810 liquidated personnel. Oh yes. We have 19 tanks. That's quite a lot again, isn't it?
19?
19. Yeah.
There's evidence that I do not read the numbers before I send them to you. 19?
19. Yes,
That's
exactly.
18 more than they had in the parade of Moscow.
Sure is. It's 18 more than they had 2 days ago as well. So 17 armored personnel vehicles. And again, these things, I have noted that they don't seem to be having as many vehicles to lose recently. And I just wonder if that's because they're having trouble transporting this stuff to the front for whatever reason. I'm sure we can figure out a reason. Back up with artillery systems, though. 34 artillery systems yesterday, which is, it's creeping back up there, isn't it? 36 UAVs and 68 vehicles and fuel tanks. Now, they nearly got that 69, didn't they? Yeah, nearly. Almost there. And they did about a week back, didn't they? But yeah, 68 yesterday. So almost there, but not quite. And 8 more special equipment. And they're getting really good at taking out this special equipment. In fact, I don't know if you noticed, but those guys in was it Graveron in Belgorod? They were also smashing the eyes out of some equipment with drones. That's right. Yes. They didn't just turn up on their own. They brought some FPV drones. So they've been treating the military installations in Belgorod with some nice FPV action. So, although it's been quite a difficult night in Ukraine, there is obvious results there that show that they ain't stopping yet. So it's been quite a difficult night, but there has been a continuation of the hostilities along Russia's western border. Now, there was a shelling noted in Belgorod yesterday and this morning. And there has already been new photographs of people, taking pictures of new damage that's happened first thing this morning. And I've got to say that if that's all they're bothered about, that's a shame for them. Just go have a look at Sumi. So, yeah, I don't know. Whenever I see the people of Belgorod complaining, I'm like, oh, maybe they should visit Sumi. Just see all that. Yeah, I think I just don't have the, sympathy. No, it just doesn't exist. Not anymore. Let me just bookmark that for later because I can't do what I want to do with it right now. Ugh. So, let me see. Has anybody else accepted the results of the Russian election? No, no. They've they've been congratulated by four of their friends. And I'm just trying to find the post where it was because I thought this was quite funny. Here we go. Yeah. So the leaders of the following countries have sent congratulations to Putin for his new win. And that is I think you'll find that these are all extremely well thought of and strong partners. Bolivia, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba. So they've all recognised the results of the election and sent their congratulations, which I just thought those speak for themselves, don't they? Anyway, Linda.
Well, I have to question after you gave the numbers. I'm gonna obviously I'm gonna have to ask every night following for the pound report. Now that's short speak for an abbreviation called P8 Pounding Project, abbreviation PHP2. Now I don't know whether you're interested in the official. Are you interested in the official name of this?
Oh yeah, tell me all about it.
The official long name is Program to Perpetuate the Pulverization of Petroleum Processing Plant Parts and Ports. PHP2.
I see.
I see.
Yes.
I see. Boxed wine did not get into the boxed wine tonight, nor find an additional bottle of scotch in the back of the closet, because that just made a whole lot of sense. I think you wrote it down.
I never divulge secrets. But yeah, I think that this needs to be made official, and there needs to be another GoFundMe, for this officialness dumb, and so I'm going to be requesting the pound report nightly.
She just wants you to be able to say pee on air.
Yes.
Oh, God.
So there's that.
And Linda, why are you continually trying to get GoFundMe's when we are raising money for drones?
Well, I'm just trying to increase the importance of your fundraising by giving it a little bit of competition. That's the only reason. So there's that.
Yeah. Not because I don't buy it. So Linda, tell us why they need drones.
They need drones in order to spot warm people and warm splodies, that in order to make them go boom.
Well, I believe that is an acceptable answer. So yeah.
See? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, pound report.
That actually freaking made sense. I mean,
Nighty night.
You're not going to bed. I don't think you ever sleep. I think I think you have a sleep habit like mine. I know that's what she does, Mockers. She sleeps
Intermittent.
she sleeps on my sleep schedule just so she can hang out with me in the evenings and I can give her a hard time about boxed wine. So Mockers, continue.
Well, I thought we'd say hello to War Doggo, considering he's here. Morning, War Doggo.
Morning, dears, or good night. I'm so glad to hear you this my morning. You know, sleeping is like losing weight. Everything is pretty much balanced in this world. If everything is losing weight, the other one is gaining. So be careful. Be careful. Is losing weight is not good. Uh, this is kind of the learning I've got through this life. Immediately, you know, you've been doing your calorie balance, but you're still gaining weight. Yes, right, because someone in your family decided to lose the weight. Yeah, you've got it. You've got here on the left, you've got here on the right immediately. That's about that. That comes also with the sleeping. You know, I'm sleeping. All right, then someone is active. That helps a lot. MriyaReport to be 24/7 space that speaks about Ukraine, and I'm so happy we have one that is not only advocating topic of Ukraine, not only making Ukrainian voices heard, that makes me extremely happy, but also helping and supporting. We've got this weekend, the past weekend was for someone. This weekend is still there. You're lucky. Monday sucks, but Sunday night, even if it is late night, is still better than Monday morning, if you know what I mean. But this weekend we had uh, kind of special force weekend. Saturday was uh, the Omega Special Force. Volodymyr being joining us for interview together with Chuck. Uh, and yesterday, my evening, your afternoon for some of you also evening, for some of you late night. It was SBU. We've got the new friends, new old friends, because in this small community of special forces, many people know each other, and we've got Leon yesterday from SBU Alpha Unit for very interesting interview. I really wait uh, to hear it on Spotify and to share with all my friends who are fans of SBU, same as Tracy is, same as many listeners are, because it was interesting, and those young people like we've been having earlier at the space, Danilo, the company command of 95th Brigade, for whom, by the way, there is a fundraiser in the nest for the drones, and you can help. You have unique opportunity to be the one who is helping to legendary 95th Brigade, legendary guys from Zhytomyr area, originally in the peaceful times, but now 24/7 on the front lines, never pulled back far from the front lines than the second line of defense. To get to the second line of defense for them is like kind of rest and recreation. They were meaning that by saying, and this is something that I truly believe, because those guys are awesome, and they know how to do the things. They need help. Uh, and MriyaReport decided to step in to help with the thermal drones. Thermal drones are useful for spotting enemy during the night, for other important missions, including spotting the mines, because the when the temperature during day and night shifts significantly, the objects that were staying the whole day, metal objects like mines, they were staying the whole day under the sun, and they get the thermal profile when in the certain hours after the sunset, and is somehow the thermal drones are being used in order to spot the minefields. And when you know the minefields that the enemy have placed in front of you, you can actually you can overcome it, or you can demine it, make a breakthrough, and then make a surprise for an enemy. That's how those thermal drones important, and that's why being consumable, because those are pretty expensive part of the equipment that is indoctrinated in the military standard operating procedures, but still expensive but consumables, and they need a lot of them for what they do. And this is how Ukraine is still successfully fighting against an enemy, prevailing enemy, and the enemy who came unwanted with the genocidal war that they have started. By the way, I've seen yesterday one interesting video. As always, I'm a big fan of history classes that are done by Timothy Snyder, and there was an interesting live discussion between Timothy Snyder and Bill Crystal, if my memory doesn't fail me. And that was an interesting thing. I just made a repost of that video for many people to see and hear, because for me it's very important. For me is first, it's interesting always the point of view of Mr. Snyder, who is a great supporter of Ukraine, who is one of the advocates of Ukraine 24 the foundation that supports Ukraine, and also his conclusions and his train of thoughts is some not always like despite we all support Ukraine, we understand what's going on in Ukraine, but the things how he manages to formulate, sometimes I'm lacking my English. Obviously, it's not my native language, but I'm really amazed how he is able to put the complex thing in a simple manner, and he's always like, don't overcomplicate. It's very simple. You don't have to invent complex structure. It's that simple. Ukraine needs help, and we are the one who fails so far to bring what is needed to have the victory for no reason. And he's interestingly also explaining why war in Ukraine is not only the topic of U.S. foreign policy, but also the topic of even domestic policy. And this is really amazing, because I never thought about this, and it really struck me understanding how those things are really important. And I'm not an expert on U.S. politics, but if such a person as Mr. Snyder says about this, I mean, I trust the guy. He's the professional. I mean, I prefer to hear the professional. It's like those topics, history and important topics, they're like sex, because you can hear about the topic from your teenager neighbor, but you know what? He heard something, probably he saw something that he doesn't be the one whom you preferably put your children in front of to explain the important things, right? Like in sexual education. But you probably hear the one who've got his degree in the topic and explains in a complex things in an understandable manner, and pretty much important to hear those who know the subject. That's why don't forget to retweet the space. MriyaReport is 24/7 here for the audience, and doing the great job to explain complex topics in simple manner, and not afraid to discuss even some hard topics. Yes, by speaking and explaining, we get the knowledge and experience. Experience mainly we do by doing, I would say, but knowing what to do and what to act, how to support Ukraine is also important. Connecting theory with practice. That is why we have this fundraiser for the drones that you can participate. You are not requested to spend your last money that you are using for commuting, or like cable money for media or for utilities. But if you have some spare funds that you can spend, you're we really encouraged to help with that fundraiser, closing that fundraiser as much as we can to deliver those thermal drones for 95th Brigade. Even if there is no possibility that you can participate in that fundraiser, fundraiser, there is still something that you can do, is retweeting and letting others know that this fundraiser is happening, and maybe someone who has possibility would see and would participate. That's how it works, like horizontally connecting among beautiful people of this community. I really love that one day I have joined listening MriyaReport. That's the day till what I'm here, really still enjoying and having fun together with all of you. Thank you so much. I really enjoy. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Hugs and love, War Doggo, and thank you very much. Linda, go ahead, my lovely.
Well, I just wanted to suggest that War Doggo, yes, everything that you said, and maybe it could be summarized in, I mean, this could maybe be turned into a bumper sticker of sorts, right? All right. Participating in the patriotic pursuit of perceiving and pummeling the perpetrators.
I apologize. Maybe my English vocabulary doesn't give me full understanding of what you've been trying to explain. I apologize. Could you rephrase in a simple manner that such a Ukrainian as me understands? So apologize.
Pouncing on the perpetrators.
Jumping on the bad guys.
Yeah, that too.
But isn't we are jumping enough? Have you seen the how many traitors being reached by Ukrainian long hands abroad in Russia? I'm pretty sure we are not enough. This is just like this is just the phrase. But there was a very good discussion yesterday with Leon on that. By the way, that I really want that to be on Spotify, and if the team will have time and possibility, that would be an awesome story on Spotify, because that was actually the question that Chuck and Axel asked Leon yesterday, and they were saying, "Hey, can you speak about that?" He said, "No, but there will be more." That was a lot of the style of yesterday's discussion. I can tell you a lot, but that's gonna be more. Oil refinery, the planning in detail we cannot discuss, but I tell you, it's gonna be more. Russians will not be relaxed, and like all of this stuff. Obviously, Ukraine needs to punish all of those people uh, who are working against Ukraine, and they are not hiding. And some of them ran away from Ukraine, being assets back in 2000s and working in Ukraine for Russian interests. Like if you put the whole list of different politicians, different even ministers, in the list and put the mark who today is in Russia, you will be surprised. Back in 2010, take the list. Back in 2014, take the list, and you will be amazed, because many were saying that, hey, with that kind of disposition of force, Ukraine doesn't have a chance. But here we are, already more than 2 years, I would say, successfully defending against prevailing enemy. And this is true fight of David versus Goliath in the modern world. That's why Ukraine needs help, Ukraine needs support. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And this is not a question if, but is a question when. And Ukraine is getting stronger in doing so, because every enemy that thinks that is hidden behind the Russian border, they will get what they deserve, and they really deserve what they will get. Let me put it this way.
Yay.
I was just gonna tell War Doggo, when somebody tells you to jump on your enemy harder, tell them to give you the right tools. And a lot of them.
That is also true. In fact, many in Ukraine, they feel that Ukraine. We always look ourselves as the origin of the problem, and we always ask ourselves, like, you know, we've done a lot of wrong things on the way, not expecting Russia to be attacking us, and but that was not only our mistake. That's the common mistake. I recall 2005 when the senator of those time, Barack Obama, being in Donetsk, and he was pushing the President Yushchenko at those time to sign the agreement to scrap 400,000 uh, the assault rifles, so-called assault rifles, so the AKs, let's call it this way, uh, tons of different ammunitions, tons of different shells, and different means of weapons. Because yeah, in those time logic, if someone doesn't have weapon, it means there is not going to be used. No use of weapon, no war. But yeah, here we are. War is there, and we have no weapon. But the war is still there. That logic doesn't work in the modern in the reality, I would say. And many were thinking, all right, the guy who being senator in 2005, he's observing being a president already of one of the most impactful countries on the globe. He's observing 2014 to happen, and very logical reaction. Oh my God, I made those guys to scrap their weapons. Now they need help. 2014, 2015, just 10 years from now. Let me do all my best so they have any weapon they need to defeat Russia. But no, that logic didn't work. Actually, Ukraine didn't get help. It was like, kind of humanitarian assistance and so far and so on. So those miscalculations, those misreads, they are our common mistake that Ukraine is now paying the bill with blood, and unfortunately, many others will be paying this bill in their own way. Unfortunately, because if we think that Russia attacking Ukraine is only like something far beyond the border of our of the continent overseas, and Atlantic Ocean is the protection. I have a surprise for those people, because things in the modern world are that much connected that unfortunately you'll never understand when it could strike, having all of these autocracies being encouraged for how the things are going in Ukraine, and actually liberal democracies being a weak chain in this existential fight that Ukraine is doing in order to defend its civilization choice towards liberal democracies, and becoming, like, months after months, becoming still young democracy. And many are saying Ukraine is corrupted, but still getting better 1 month after another, rather than getting worse 1 month after another, like Russia is. That's important. And one important thing that is I've seen today in this video of Timothy Snyder, that they want many, when they have like couple of minutes to spend on that, because he was being a professor, and he is the professor in Yale University for history, and he is a very good friend of Ukraine, and a part of his advocation of Ukraine, he is doing a lot of research related to Ukraine, and he was speaking a lot about the domestic politics in US, and he was mentioning the very connected things. Those who have the mm, the those who have the vocabulary related to Ukraine, uh, those who have the moral vocabulary about Ukraine, uh, those in 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 return, they have also the moral vocabulary about US, about the domestic politics in US, about certain important things that are happening these days. But those who are ignorant about Ukraine, or people who diminish Ukraine or try to put it aside, they also don't have vocal moral vocabulary about uh, about their own country. This is kind of the observation. I mean, it's not me saying that. It's not me doing this research. It's Timothy Snyder whom I actually trust. And for me, it's important and interesting to hear those kind of important observations and opinions. What do you think, Prince?
I think you were right on spot. Spot on. Which isn't surprising because you are War Doggo and we send you hugs and love because you always bring us the good things. I am so bummed that I missed the interview yesterday. I heard it was absolutely awesome. And when I hear that from other people, that makes me really happy and really excited because I know that having the guys come on like you bring to us is just it it's just amazing. And it just helps us to understand, you know, who we are getting this stuff for. Why are we why are we why are we doing this? Why are we helping? Why is it that we need to do this? And it's always a good reminder, right? So it's always a good reminder of why we need to support Ukraine. We need to continue to support Ukraine, and we will always support Ukraine. We are with Ukraine. My heart has been, I don't know, I've just been really, really thinking a lot about things, War Doggo, and and I have to say one of the things that I've been thinking about a whole lot is, you know, because I do that understanding genocide segment at it starts at 5 in the morning. You will never come, and that's fine. You don't need to. Um, you're living through it. But what I've really been hit by lately is how much, you know, we are very focused on what has happened since February 24th, 2022. And that's appropriate. I'm not saying that's inappropriate. It's very appropriate because it's what we're focused on now. You know, we're going down this timeline. But I have felt the need to back up and to realize and to think more about what has been happening since 2014 and how the war crimes that were happening in that time frame, you know, and how they may apply to the word genocide. And so I've been working on that kind of information lately. And yeah, so that's where my brain has been going lately, War Doggo.
Don't feel sad about missing the segment with Leon. First, there is probably going to be a Spotify, and what if I tell you that those meeting, then those interesting discussion and those meetings with alpha guys have all signs to become regular meetings. I think if we manage to make it happen this way, because there are so many things that we as a community can discuss with those who are at the top of the edge of defending Ukraine, being Secret Service of Ukraine. Of course, the first word is secret, but the other two are service of Ukraine, and they pay the duty, and they are uh, awesome people who not only have their motto on their their flag, that their life to the motherland, but the honor to no one. But they really live so. And yesterday there was a lot of interesting things that Leon been telling how he personally reads that and what his personal attitude for that, and that goes through the life experience. That goes from the combat experience, and that means a lot because people like Danilo, people like Leon, people like Volodymyr, and many others like very good people below 40, they are below their 40, they're the future of where Ukraine is going. So it's not the ex-communist time, not the ex-Soviet Union time. People who are, you know, don't show off. Why you need this? You're gonna be punished for showing the initiative. This kind of, negative selection, worst among worst, because simply that was the time how the negative selection worked in the Soviet Union. But young, brilliant people who by all the means understand what means freedom and what price they are ready to pay for their own country freedom, for their families being safe, not more than that, and how that simple things that we even take for granted in our daily lives, daily routines, and all of the things that we are running and are actually fragile, and how many one can pay just to get it normal, not extraordinary, not extraordinary rich or extraordinary prosperous, but actually just normal, bloody safe. And even the thing that we were discussing yesterday, like around those voices that try to mm, focus avoiding help going to Ukraine, saying, "Hey, Ukraine is corrupted." There was a lot of interesting discussion yesterday about, corruption, Ukraine corruption. Ukraine corruption is actually the reaction for the administration of the country that occupied your land and trying to put the laws that you need to follow. And that's actually the way how to avoid following the laws that the occupier have invented in front of you, oppressing you. I mean, that's kind of the heritage. If you think, I'm not trying to defend and saying that corruption is good, but this is, if you turn the page of history and you try to incorporate this as the historical knowledge and understanding the origin of the thing, you then understand that many things, like everybody's saying, fight corruptions, it will naturally stop being a thing as a rudiment, with the historical wounds to be healed. And the first thing to come is the safety to start the process. And that's very interesting, simple, but very important, that many unfortunately do not understand, because we all were reading Ukraine through what Russia has been saying, telling us about Ukraine for the decades. And we're doing fantastic, awesome job to mitigate that and to turn that around, learning Ukraine and understanding Ukraine better. And that's why I'm so glad that such space as MriyaReport exists 24/7, speaking about Ukraine, but not only speaking Ukraine, but also helping those who are actually on the front line with their feet, with their actions, and with all of their courage and all of their motivation, helping to hold peaceful Ukrainian skies over Ukraine and bringing safety, this healing mechanism of safety, closer day after day, night after night, and especially at night they need help. That's why there is a fundraiser for the thermal drones, that everybody can jump in and can do the thing in closing this fundraiser for as high amount as MriyaReport will be able to raise for this fundraiser, because everything will work same as it worked in the past, with all of the lineup of good things that MriyaReport has been doing. And I recall there was a thread where MriyaReport is being putting one after another of all of the good things that were done in the past. And that's so good reminder for about how your donations work, and that's really amazing. Thank you so much for all of that. Thanks. Hugs and love from Ukraine in return. Thank you so much.
Hugs and love. And I've been hearing some rumors that we may be having more guests coming on soon, and that is a very, very good and wonderful thing. And always hugs and love back to you. I think about you all the time, and it's just amazing. So Mockers, are you there?
I am. Yes, of course I am. So, would you like some information from PACE with regards to how they feel about this recent Shamalama election? Because this is, I would say this is quite important. So it's an announcement from the EU, and I think it's worth just going through. So the PACE president, Theodoros Rousopoulos, if he's not Greek, I'm going to be surprised, Today made the following statement. Some minutes ago, the polling stations in the so-called elections in the Russian Federation closed and the exit polls announced their projections. And there was little surprise in the outcome of this exercise. In fact, we have all known the result for months. Vladimir Putin reconfirmed for yet another term in office. These elections have no legitimacy. There were no genuine alternative candidates, no free media, no credible observers. Civil society has been silenced, and above all, this election was also conducted on the illegally occupied and annexed territory of Ukraine. All political position brutally suppressed, and any critics of the regime either imprisoned or forced out of the country. And tragically, the most vocal and more popular opposition leader, Navalny, was murdered in prison 1 month ago after being subjected to torture and inhumane treatment for months. There cannot possibly be any free and fair elections in such circumstances. Mr. Putin clearly lacks any vestige of democratic legitimacy. This has been confirmed by our Council of Europe Venice Commission, which has found that the procedure to grant Putin yet more terms of office violated Russian own constitutional law and contravenes long-established international legal principles. So, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe unanimously urges the international community to no longer recognise Putin's legitimacy as president. We call on them to cease all contact with Putin, except in the pursuit of peace and humanitarian purposes. For example, organising prisoner exchanges or bringing home lost children of Ukraine. The overwhelming power of Putin, exacerbated today by his extremely long term in office, combined with the lack of any checks and balances, such as a parliament, an independent judiciary, a free media, and a vibrant civil society, has sadly turned the Russian Federation into a de facto dictatorship. This is not what the Russian people deserve. They do not deserve either the mockery of an election, which we witnessed today. The Parliamentary Assembly will continue to support the development of alternative vision for Russia as a peaceful, free, democratic, and accountable country, posing no threat to its neighbours and its own citizens. We continue to step up our support for Russian democratic opposition. We know that is. Human rights defenders, independent journalists, and free civil society. We will stand by all those who dare fight for the freedom in Russia and condemn the war of aggression against Ukraine and fully recognise its territorial integrity. Freedom and democracy will one day prevail in Russia. Well, we'll see about that, but anyway. Anyway, the president issued a statement, and it's on YouTube in full. So, next, the EU's historical view and countries call for countries to not recognise the indicted war criminal began back in October 23. So 13th of October 23, the European Parliamentary Assembly, or PACE, urged the international community to no longer recognise Putin's legitimacy as president beyond the end of the year. They tabled a resolution on examining the legitimacy and legality of the ad hominem term limit waiver for the incumbent president. And it passed with a unanimous vote of 43. So, there is a question here. Do you recall when the Assembly called on the member states of the Council of Europe to recognise Vladimir Putin as illegitimate after the end of his current presidential term and cease all contact with him except for humanitarian contact and the pursuit of peace? Sounds familiar, doesn't it? So the Assembly emphasised that Vladimir Putin has held power as Prime Minister since the year 2000. Amendments to the Russian Constitution in 2020 extended his potential presidency until 2036. raising many concerns about the lack of checks and balances. Coupled with growing repression against internal opponents and, of course, Russia's actions in Ukraine, it underscores the cost of unchecked presidential power. Just pointing that out. You know, absolute immunity, that's a very frightening thing. The overwhelming power from the president resulting from his extremely long term in office. Yeah, all right, sorry, I've just read that bit. Ignore me. Unanimously adopting a resolution based on the report by Peter Omtzigt. He's from the Netherlands, apparently, and Ziget is the end of his name. Omtzigt. Yeah, I'm never going to get that one. The Assembly recalled the findings of the Council of Europe Venice Commission that term limit waiver for the incumbent president violates both the Russian constitution and legal international principles. The Assembly pointed out that the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the consequences as evident that dictatorships constitute a threat to the international peace and security and the territorial integrity and political independence of their neighbours, as defined in Article 2 of the UN Charter. Consequently, the parliamentarians asserted that restoring democracy in Russia is not only in the interest of the Russian people, restoring democracy in Russia. Yeah, okay, maybe helping them find their way to it. And I don't think they've ever really been a democracy, have they? Anyway, it's not only in the best interest of the Russian people, but of Europe and the entire world. Lastly, the Assembly reaffirmed its support for the establishment of an ad hoc international criminal tribunal to hold the Russian leadership, including Putin, accountable for their actions, starting with the unlawful annexation of Crimea, the war in the Donbass region, and of course the downing of flight MH17. At the time, the head of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights who tabled this resolution is Lord Richard Keane of the United Kingdom. I like that. Putin's previous term has now expired, by the way. And he's conducted one of the most obviously corrupt and illegal presidential campaigns ever, with real clear multiple breaches of international law and human rights. So, will they act now in accordance with their original motion to not recognise him? This would be 27 nations acting in cohesion. Or will Hungary and other pro-Putin leaders give him a get-out-of-jail card on this one? Perhaps it's time to grow a set and get tough. So, that there is a suggestion now that he should not be recognised as a legitimate leader and should not be dealt with as such. And I honestly think that's the right way to do it. I really do. Well, he's not legitimate. It was pretty obvious from the last 3 days that whole thing was an absolute farce and circus. And, well, it was pretty obvious from the men turning up with guns at your front door asking you to vote that probably wasn't free or fair either. So, yeah, I totally believe they should take that tactic. Who are you? What? No, we don't recognise you. Who are you? Yeah, definitely. Christopher, welcome up.
Well, hello and good morning. Thank you. I wanted to thank you personally. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us a little bit yesterday. That was a big treat. And of course, it saved me from where I was in a position not really to carry on much in the way of news. But you and your conversation were amazing. So thank you. I wanted to say thank you personally. I do, however, have something about the election. Interestingly, I found this little news agency called The Bell. It's a Russian, former Russian, well, I guess former living in Russia journalists. But they had on the 14th, they had a piece on Putin's pals eye election as a springboard to power. Now, something I didn't know about, I'm learning, Markers, I'm learning so much, and Prince, I'm learning so much about the Russian way of doing things. It's amazing, this education that I'm getting of nonsense. But apparently, the entire sort of cabinet is dissolved. And I guess this would work too, maybe with a US president if they were running for and received a second term. But I'm not so sure that I've seen or heard that it happen here. But anyway, so this article goes on to talk about on the eve of the presidential election, a serious debate is ongoing about what changes Putin might make to his government after the inevitably secures the fifth term. The big story at the moment is where Boris Kovalchuk, the son of Putin's old friend Yuri, will end up. Kovalchuk recently left his position as head of state energy company InterRAO, freeing him up for a potential new, much bigger role. The rise of heirs of Putin's inner circles become ever more an obvious trend. And the article goes on to sort of detail about the various potential for the various people to be moving into positions of power, and the shakeups, sort of using the last shakeup of his cabinet, or transition, I should say, between his election as an example. I just thought it was interesting. I had not ever come across anybody thinking about how he was going to then give out power to his sycophants. Back to you.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Anybody loyal is going to receive their, what's it called? What's it called? Their gift for being loyal. That'll do. Yeah. Oh dear. There's more explosions in Belgorod, by the way, folks. You'll be glad to know. Sorry, I'm just chuckling to myself because people are still going on about this helicopter, Mi-8 helicopter in Transnistria, and whether or not Ukraine launched a drone at it. Yeah. No, they didn't. I can assure you. This Mi-8 helicopter has been in the same position for over a decade and has possibly never moved in that entire time, according to photographs and satellite pictures for many years. It had never been flight-worthy in all that time. It has a visible broken window. And also, when we checked the video, when we went to the video, well, if you look at it really, really closely, the drone that's flying at it disappears before it actually hits it. And it was noted that they found the exact video that the drone had been copied and pasted out of. So basically, they just blew this thing up on the ground, and it was pretty obvious that they had. So yeah, let's just laugh at anybody who's trying to propagate that nonsense still, because there's terrible nonsense. So yeah, let's not worry about that. In fact, it was checked over and over again by an account called Sander, which I'm just going to retweet because his thread is brill. The thread is really good, and shows fuel gathering under the helicopter, which clearly wasn't in viable condition, but still they poured fuel. So it says here, I just found what's been purported as a second video. It's the same video with the blur, basically. What a bunch of amateurs. There's also a bit on the side that seems to burst open, which quite clearly shows there was explosive inside. He shows anomalies of Photoshop in the air where bits of trees disappear when the thing explodes. And for comparison, there's two pieces of video he puts next to one another. and it quite clearly shows that the original photo frame and then the overlaid layer, the second layer, which you see visibly arrive on the video because it's been slowed down and changed enough. And 1 second before the blast, they enlarged and slowed the 1 second down to 7 seconds. It looks like a photograph, but it isn't. And obviously you see it explode at the end. And you can see there is no drone. There is nothing attacking this helicopter. In fact, it explodes from the left, right, or back of the helicopter without any prompting. And the fact that it had no front windshield was like just one of the biggest giveaways, to be absolutely honest. I mean, even I spotted that, and I'm like, I'm not a one of them. I'm not a military expert in any way, but even I know that usually, you have to have a window in those things. Yeah, just it's important. Christopher?
Yeah, you took about everything that I was going to say. I will just say the Kyiv Independent last night when I was co-hosting at the end of my shift, I read a little bit about some of the stuff that was going on, and the list was that the Transnistria and the drone was still on that website, still being used as a story. Also, that there just seemed to be too much accelerant and stuff that burned that just toasted that helicopter in a way that it wouldn't. I mean, yeah, it just obviously somebody was just creating their own barbecue. But anyway, thank you for that tweet. That was very helpful also as well. Okay, back to you.
Yeah. Also, it's worth pointing out that the mistake that they made, really, the biggest mistake, was the camera that they used was really quite good. So they used like one of their better cameras to take this video. Had they used a crap camera, you might not have been able to see all the changes that they made to the video. So that's what you get for being too good at something. Or just using equipment that was modern and up to date instead of the rubbish that they should have used, in which case it would have been difficult to decipher. But yeah, it was very easy to apparently work out that it was an absolute pile of Bob's wallop. That's the one. Oh, brilliant. So there is something that I found out, and I think it's worth noting because, well, somebody is coming to London in April, and I think a NAFO welcoming committee, or perhaps even somebody who knows the law, who might be able to arrange for a police welcoming committee, because Jackson Hinkle is going to be in London in April. I'm wondering if maybe some people might want to go and say hi to him. Just go and say hi, provide him with a nice, warm welcome from the British. You know how we like to welcome traitors and scumbags. Well, we have quite a few Russians here, so yeah, I suppose. Anyway, I'm wondering if there's some UK law that we could arrest him on as being a Russian asset, or at the very least make him uncomfortable, shall we say? Because us Brits, we like to make ourselves heard. We talk quite a bit. You might have noticed, Chris.
Yeah, I wonder, will he have a partner in tow? And will that partner be shopping at Harrods? I thought Harrods was just an amazing place, although I just got lost all the time. The food section is amazing, but that's a digression. But I wonder really if is he bringing a partner with him? One of those ones that he has that have those connections. Anyway, back to you.
Yeah, not sure, not sure. I mean, obviously that the last Russian asset decided to dump him because he was no longer useful, and then went on to say what a massive narcissist he was. So, coming from a Russian, that was surprising indeed. So maybe he won't. Karen, welcome up.
Well, yesterday I saw a funny meme that was entitled Russian Oil Refinery Bingo, and it had 12 oil refineries crossed off. And I thought, well, what do they mean? 12 since the beginning of the war, because the number just seemed really high. And sure enough, today in the Kiev Independent, March 18th, they are confirming 12 Russian oil refineries hit in recent attacks. So that number is valid. And this is the first confirmation. Since you have contacts that I don't, you've probably seen it already. But to me, the 12, I wasn't willing to see the 12, except the number 12, until I saw this in the Kyiv Independent. And that's a wonderful thing. And it's not since the beginning of the war, it's recently. So that's really outstanding. We've been talking about another thing. We've been talking about Moldova a lot and South Transnistria, but maybe I wonder if there is a bit of distraction going on, because right now, Georgia's province of South Ossetia, that Russia has sort of claimed, is discussing a possible inclusion into Russia with Moscow. And I don't think the rest of Georgia will accept that. I wish Iana was here, because she knows what she's talking about and she could make an intelligent comment. I'm just saying and soliciting information, because I don't have any. And I have other things to say, but I'll leave it at that for now. But yeah, the number 12 is a wonderful number. Thank you.
Well, absolutely. And yes, these are really important things to be hitting. Bear with me 1 second. We'll need a CH, please. There we go. I've done my job. Thank you. Right. So where was I? Oh, yeah, there I was. Yeah, these are really important things to be hitting, because it affects a lot more the internal logistics and internal products in the country. Now, obviously, if Ukraine was to continue hitting port facilities, that would affect global oil prices. And, well, they will be affected a little bit just by the fact that they're built on futures, and the prices go up and down depending on how nervous people are. So there is, a little bit more concern, shall we say, about what might happen in the future. But taking out these refineries really just sort of holds things up within the country. Sorry, I've got cats fighting on my knee. Stop it. Stop biting her. Honestly, it's rude, that. It slows down their gasoline, their production of jet fuel, all those sorts of things that they might find useful right now, and that putting a choker on that, I think, is really important. Also, I'm looking for more information this morning on what actually happened at this oil refinery yesterday, the Kuban area, because I believe that there's quite a bit of damage. And I did see, yes, I've been waiting for this. Right, I did see that there was a tiny little rumour that there was another attack on the Yaroslav refinery north of Moscow. And yes, there was. Now, it looks as though it was not successful, unfortunately. That's why you're not seeing any major flaming videos this morning. But Russians have published photographs of a drone shot down close to the refinery, about 700 kilometers from Ukraine. And I'll just retweet it so you can see that it is one of those Lyutsy drones, or Fierce, that we were talking about yesterday. So it's one of those because it's got that funky wedge-shaped tail and the propeller on its bottom. So that's a shame that they didn't actually hit it. But there we go. It's at least well, it's keeping them on the toes, isn't it? Now there's also a little bit of news from Belgorod this morning that the streets are empty. Nobody is outside. Can't imagine why. Yeah, there seems to have been some early morning wake-up calls in Belgorod this morning. And, well, Tetkino, this area that is on the edge of Kursk, this particular place is, well, it's currently hell on earth. Inside Russia, I know. So Russian troops are being pounded by mortar and drone strikes, and they've gone back to wearing white friend or foe colours, apparently, in that area. So there's quite a lot of disturbance going on there, and you know what? Even this small disturbance causes the Russians an awful lot of difficult political power. Very good, Tim. Funny. Yeah. So, you'll be glad to know that. Oh, hello. Here's Will. Talk to me about these, Will.
Talk to you about Turkino. Yeah, or Tetkino. Yeah, I would absolutely love to talk to you about Tetkino. This is the place I was talking to you about yesterday or the day before that I was very interested to see. I love it when I talk about something and something I say I would like to see, and then we see it the next day, Mockers. That's my most favorite thing of all, almost. So when I was talking about this place, it's a natural protuberance of Russia into Ukraine. Basically forms a little salient, if you will, and it's about halfway between Sumy and Shoshka, and Tekkino is got a river borders the town, right? So that protuberance has a river that runs down up the northern side of it. So the village then in the middle of that, and then some higher ground right out about the point where the protuberance ends at the Zabolotkova and over toward over toward Kalnina, and that whole little salient, if you will, if the Free Russian legions move into that area, they essentially will have a river to protect them on one side. So nobody, Russia's not going to attack across a river to come get them, and they'll hold the high ground in the front of that area to the northwest and southeast, and it would be a good place to hold. You might remember me saying. So if they're pounding the shit out of them in there and intend to hole up in that little pocket with the high ground of the towns on both ends of that pocket, then good, if that's what they intend to do. We've been talking about what the intent, the long-term intent here is inside Russia for the Free Russia Legion, because they don't have forces to take over a large swath of land and hang on to it. So it remains to be seen if they're going to try to take, like what I've talked about here, Tetkino, a little tactical win and try to hold it for a while, or if they decide to the elections are over, their points made, and they withdraw into the night and disappear. But boy, they sure have drawn fire away from Ukraine down in the south. So if nothing else, well done, boys, for that. But they certainly also have totally pissed off Russia, because Russia was back at it again, of course, with the S-300, S-400 missiles into Kharkiv, and also some cruise missiles into Sumy. So they've obviously, stirred up the bee's nest up there. But like we were talking about also yesterday, air activity of the VKS is quite heavy in Belgorod to support their meager troops on the ground, and they're probably moving troops up from the Svatova area in order to reinforce their troops up there. For maybe that's what's happening here is the Free Russian or the pro-democracy Russians, as you call them, legions here. The pro-democracy Russians may be waiting till they make Russia move by taking a place like Tetkino, holding it for a little while until they actually create a reaction from Russia, force them to move up more troops, and then they withdraw, right? Just because it's probably not a war they're going to win on the ground, but they can certainly win on the ground in the short term, and then evacuate out of the area to rebuild and come back and do it again like they did before. It was I don't know. I want to revisit what I want to send. We should send Andrew Perpetua a message now and ask him what he thinks now about the losses and utility of the military attack in Tetkino now. But I call it kind of a win myself. But it isn't over. It isn't over, and I wouldn't mind seeing them try to hold that little pocket for a little while until Russia does move some seriously heavy stuff up there. But they're probably getting the hell bombed out of them. You hear? I don't know what the incoming is that we heard in Belgorod. All of the video that I've watched earlier today, I don't know exactly what's the incoming, and it sounds like there might be some outgoing fire too of self-propelled artillery or something like that. I couldn't quite tell, but obviously it's a very loud day in Belgorod, and there are several strikes in the Russian controlled, the non pro democracy or the authoritarian Russian controlled areas of Russia. We have to figure out how to say this, mockers, because how about screw you, Russia? The only people making a sanitary zone right now appears to be the Free Russia, the pro democracy Russians, to me.
Yeah, well, absolutely. They are the Russian opposition as it stands. There is nobody else that I see as legitimate or actual opposition, to be fair. Karen, I see you have your hand up.
Well, I was wondering if you had any more news about another story I've been having my eye on. A couple days ago, now this is not the Freedom of Russia League, this is a different partisan group, the Russian Volunteer Corps. A couple days ago, they said that they had captured some prisoners, and they invited the governor of Belgorod and Kursk Oblast to meet with them. And I haven't heard anything more about that story, and I would love to hear. I hope that they're still alive, that they didn't get obliterated. I shouldn't be so negative with all the good news we've had. I should have more confidence in these partisans. But when I hear no news about something for a couple days, I do worry. They took photos of these soldiers, that of 10 of them that they had captured. They're claiming to have 25. And one of the Russian soldiers who was interviewed said he was captured while performing a mine clearing mission, that their vehicle had come under fire and he was the only one to survive. And the video has the faces hidden. But anyway, Russia has previously lied about this particular group, according to their spokesman, saying that the Russian Volunteer Corps had been completely annihilated. And he said that's not true, and we've got prisoners. And so, do you have any updates with that particular story? They want to talk to Vyacheslav Gladkov, the governor of Belgorod Oblast.
Yeah, so they appear to have taken dozens of prisoners, including some officers. And they've suggested to Gladkov that he might want to come and meet with them and retrieve his people. So, yeah, they've sent out this request. I doubt he's going to turn up, though. I think you just muted yourself.
So this is a recent update you've had? Because the original story was 2 days old.
Well, yeah, they've made that request, but it's very unlikely that the guy's going to turn up. However, General Budanov talked about the Free Russia folks yesterday and explained that they are causing a nightmare for Russia. The citizens have decided to liberate their country from the old man and his minions. Illegally change the constitution and is creating an alternative reality, and they will continue to do so for as long as they wish. So I would say they're still there. In fact, Russians in Belgorod are currently feeling exactly firsthand what the Ukrainians, Georgians, and other nations have been feeling for the past years, because there is still quite a lot of war fighting going on in Belgorod. So yeah, they're definitely still there. Lots of explosions yesterday, in fact, loads. Roos, welcome up.
Thank you. Language is important, and Swedish state television has finally caught up with it. This morning, they reported that an election-like event occurred in Russia. I love it.
Yeah, that's apt, isn't it? An election-like event. It's because it was an event made to look like an election. That's good. I also like several of the statements about the election coming out from Pace and others on its illegitimacy. And I concur exactly with what Mocker said, that that is the precise way to address this quote-unquote election event, or election-like event, I guess is what you're calling it, Roos. That's a very good one. It is an election-like event, but meaning that only being a like event means that there's no legitimate election, and Putin, who should be invalid by multiple counts, other than the fact that he forced through some modifications to the Constitution. Can you imagine making constitutional modifications specifically to address you by name, and not a general modification, so that that applies to everybody? It is. He's a joke. this election's a joke. He's made his constitution and his entire system a joke, and he shouldn't be treated as legitimate. I agree with Pace that they ought to treat him, start the process of treating Russia like North Korea, because that's where they're headed. They're going to finish this war with Ukraine. They're going to lose. They're going to have to give back all the territory of Ukraine, and they're going to have to come to some agreement with Ukraine on reparations and prisoner transfer and all kinds of stuff, totally up to Ukraine. And then after that, he's going to want to have the sanctions lifted and all this other stuff. And we should say no. No. And we should start that process right now. And starting that process right now with this illegitimate election of an indicted war criminal who has served multiple terms past when you are allowed to in Russia under their constitution, as provided in 1993, that he has both worked on legal shenanigans to try to get additional terms, like with the swap with Medvedev, and then finally changing the constitution, all the while continuing to concentrate all power in Russia into a single party state under United Russia, just like in the good old days. And he's done everything else to try to return to the good old days, meaning the Soviet Union. He's stated, he is illegitimate. The state has become illegitimate under his rule, and the state has turned to a national enterprise of genocide on its neighbor. And make no mistake, it's a national this is a national enterprise that's going on. It's not an accident. It's not a single guy. It's become what this nation is going to do to Ukraine and then other countries. That is what itself has stated. And this country is going to be North Korea, is my point, after a period anyway. So you might as well start that now and give Putin and the entire country the heads up that this is where you're at until you change your behavior. Mockers, did you chip in there?
Oh, well, if it's not China first before North Korea. China apparently piped up and said, if America attacks Russia, if NATO goes into Russia, we will help them protect their borders. I know, it's amazing now that Russia's running scared, hey? But that just means that we will basically make Russia's border China, as far as I can tell. So, yeah.
I mean, well, nobody has any territorial aspirations in Russia anyway, other than the rebels that are there. Those aren't Ukrainians. Those aren't NATO troops. They aren't Americans. They aren't British, whatever. Nobody has territorial aspirations on Russia, and suggesting that you would need to address that issue is disinformation. It's bullshit.
So, absolutely.
So screw you too, China.
But they're saying that in order to, say
muddy the waters.
Yeah, exactly. Just causing more stress, basically. But you're absolutely right. No American troops or even NATO troops are going to be running into Russia to claim any territory.
And note that I didn't say regime change. I said they're illegitimate. I said that we should isolate them and not deal with them. But I didn't say overthrow them. Didn't say do any of the stuff that China objects to, interfering. But nobody can force me to trade with you. Nobody can force me to play sport with you. Nobody can force me to have your artists and your musicians and stuff around in my country. And you certainly can't bring your wives over to shop in my expensive stores. You absolutely, positively can't be doing that. And that's what should happen to Russia, I think. Bruce, what else? What else did you think? That was a great title. What else do you think about the Swedish opinion on this situation over this sham election?
We should. What we should do is stop using the title. He's no longer a president. He hasn't been for a long time. He's an usurper, and he should always be called an usurper.
Or as they suggested before, should he not just be referred to in the future until such time as it's addressed? Shouldn't he be referred to as indicted war criminal Vladimir Putin?
Well, that works too, but it's kind of long.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Terrorist
That's probably why it didn't
fine.
catch on when Prince suggested it when it first came out. But it is apt. But it'd be nice if we had a snapping title to give him, Captain Evil or something. But indicted war criminal.
Yeah, but I think usurper is kind of nice. It probably stings every time he hears it.
Yeah, except for it, calling him the usurper assumes that he came in and usurped something, and he didn't. Though he kind of he grew like a cancer inside Russia rather than some sort of active overthrower of a system that was before him. Decoding will have
Well,
a good
that's
name for it.
basically how you usurp things. That's just what Trump is trying to do, isn't it?
Well, now Trump, on the other hand, did try to incite an insurrection, of course. So that's a different story entirely. I'll bet Decoding knows a really good snappy name that we can give to Putin. What do you think, Decoding?
Well, I put up my hand because of the China. I have a slightly different. I see this as wonderful. China saying this, and I did see it reported, and I heard what Mockers just said. And Will, I suspect I'll ask you at the end of this. It would be interesting to hear because I know you've spent time with Russians, probably in very relaxed circumstances. I'm right in saying you worked there for a while, am I?
Yeah.
I mean, and I know it. I've often said, and I often write about it, is that the only thing that really haunts the Russian from top to bottom of society, and I've spent a lot of time with the people from the security structures working with them in Ukraine, the only thing that really haunts them, it's not America, it's not Ukraine, it's not democracy, it's China. And the idea that China, which has the figures are often vary, but basically 150 million souls across the border that has 100,000 Russian souls that Russia stole or Muscovy stole from China, and that every Chinese communist educated school child learns is their primordial territory. Every Russian fears being enslaved by the China person. And this is in their school textbooks. This is in Putin's textbook. And I know this axiomatically because I've heard it from Russians at the very top of the security structures talking about this being their fear in vulnerable moments. And so when China makes a statement like this, and I want to dig into it because I will make a lot out of it, what they're really saying is, we're looking for a pretext to go in and protect the Russians. So it's exactly the mirror of what Russia said it was doing in Ukraine. And China, this kind of statement will send shivers up the spines of the Russians. And China will be watching, as we all are, very carefully what's happening in the information space in Russia about these incursions by the trademark mockers, Free Russia folk, and China will be noting, so we took 5,000 square kilometers of India in 2020, and what did Modi do? He completely ignored it. He never acknowledged it. And Russia is adopting exactly the same strategy. It's ignoring these occupations by the Free Russia folk in Ukraine, or whoever it's useful to describe it as. And China is thinking, well, we
this is our once in a millennium chance to come in. And if we need a pretext to protect the Russians from America or from the free Russia folk, then they'll use that. And that's the exact pretext Russia used in Crimea and in elsewhere. And I mean, if we really look at the relationship between China and Russia, Russia is now China's client. Russia's only buddy is China, who has power and money, and they are exerting a strong price on their tepid support of Russia. But Russia is completely, and this is the main thing, which is never from my mind. And so, you know, it's almost hilarious to read. It is hilarious to me to look about any of this coverage in the newspapers and the media about the so-called election, or the self-declared elections, because here's the guy who can't get a few free Russia folk out of their territory, and everyone is watching this. Everyone's going for a bite of this pie. So that's my perspective on it. Yeah, but Will, I mean, have you encountered this when you're, you know, over a couple of drinks or a coffee or a drive with some of your Russian colleagues about their fear of China? Out.
So it was a combination of disdain and fear, right? If you talk to a Russian like I used to, you know, that they will, if you're talking about stuff and things like, you know, manufactured products and stuff, the Chinese stuff is always considered cheap crap, you know, compared to knockoff copies. So they'll say all the disparaging things that they think about Russians, but they do that about every culture other than Russians. But if they had to rank them, you get the sense that China would rank very low. But they are indeed fearful about them as an adversary coming and taking chunks of land back, especially if you spend any time over in Khabarovsk and Vladivostok, like I did. There are definitely folks over there that are wary of the Chinese. And, you know, listening to you talk about that, decoding, made me think of a scenario in which what China's just said and Russia's reaction to the folks in Belgorod, meaning no, NATO will move in, because no, you know, we don't want to generate a war with China, and I sense, well, and as I said before, nobody has any territorial aspirations from NATO countries inside Russia, but that's not true of China. So imagine a scenario like this, where under any pretext that can be generated, as Russia starts to devolve, that the free Russians take over a bit here in Belgorod, and China moves in to prop up an existing government in Muscovy, St. Petersburg area, but then carve out chunks of the land they're going to take for themselves, and then let the rest devolve into whatever it's going to do based on nation statehood. You know, the places like we've talked about in Bashkortostan and Buryatia and Shoigu's hometown, Chechnya, Ingushetia, all these places that, you know, are balkanizing Russia. But China, because they want a Russia to exist, because they want to have another vote in the UN Security Council, would help preserve, I guess, maybe what core Russia looks like as far as a puppet sort of supported government, but would take chunks of China, or take chunks of Russia over in Primorsky Krai and Krasnodar Oblast as what they see as their territorial lands that they want. But I don't see NATO taking up anything. But yeah, China's no friend, and China stating that means NATO definitely isn't going to come in anywhere. And what that means is no Marshall Plan for you, Russia. You're no matter what happens, Russia doesn't get a Marshall Plan, so they don't get to come out the other end of it looking like Japan or Germany in the 1940s. Too bad. Dakota, you put your hand up and then down again.
Yeah, absolutely. And Khabarovsk, as I've often tweeted, China or the CCP renamed it Boli recently, and I even predicted the Ukrainian spring offensive would come from Boli across Russia. Playfully, of course, and I've been encouraging China to really do what any proper masculinist authoritarian regime would do and assert itself against these effete Europeans. Because let's face it, for all, I mean, this anti-Western rhetoric from the Russians is a complete troll. They're Nordic Russians with a Slavic patina. I mean, Putin is a Nordic Russian. I mean, he's basically Finno-Ugaric ethnically. He's Finn, basically. And they appropriated the Rus from the Ukrainians, and their whole aspiration towards having the dyed blonde hair and these huskies, these white huskies, is them modeling their idea of the Nordic Russian ideal. But to the Chinese and Central Asian random person, Moscow, Washington, Paris, London, Dublin, we're all the same to them. We're all just Europeans coming to interfere. And as you say, Yakutia, what is it, 3 million square kilometers. It's slightly smaller than the entire subcontinent of India. And it's there for the picking. And China knows it's there for the picking now. And if it can come in and protect it against, the imminent American invasion, then I'm not going to quibble with that. Now, I understand in an ideal world, the indigenous people, the small numbered people who live in these places and who have been genocided after genocided by us Europeans, mainly through the Russians, the Muscovites, they should have a chance to self-realize and all of that. But really, my main concern at the moment is Ukraine and liberating it from the Russians. And I mean, this is playing out. This is so predictable for anyone who understands the real fear of the Russian. It's not just me saying this. Timothy Snyder has also set out this exact same psychoanalytic theory that Russia deals with its real fear, which is China, by, well, it thought it was going to be able to take a bite out of Ukraine, and talking about Lisbon and all of that stuff. That's all just a shadow play. The real thing is China. And as China has said, or its foreign minister, or it was reported anyway in the FT about a year ago, which again I wrote about at the time, that they're now convinced that Russia will come out of this as a minor power. And where is Ukraine getting these drones? It's getting them from Alibaba. I mean, China could stop this if it wanted to, but it's kind of stoking it out.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure if they could stop it now because, well, they could certainly reduce the amount of drones that they're getting, which would negatively affect them. But Russia's got plenty of stuff now from. It's got its own drone manufacturing setup. It's got its Shahed design done. It's arming to the teeth to the tune of 30% of its fiscal budget this year. So still have about half of the armored fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and all that sort of equipment in storage to be refurbished and put in. So yeah, I don't think they can stop it because, well, I don't know what sort of influence China has over Russia, sort of diplomatically or whatever, how they could coerce them into doing it. But my sense is Russia's not going to stop unless they are stopped, and they'll only be stopped by properly arming Ukraine to knock them out quicker or bleed them out slow. But bleed them out slow means an attrition rate that is much closer to 1-to-1 than I'd be comfortable with on Ukraine's part. So yeah, I mean that's why I've always been 100% for arming Ukraine to the teeth so that they can smash Russia like a NATO country would, resource-wise, but not requiring NATO at all, because they've got the troops, they need the equipment and the ammunition do it is all. Sorry, Mockers, go ahead.
I had this really witty thing I was going to interject at this point. Oh yeah, okay. So what I also note, like yesterday, we went through, some details of the storage areas of Russia's stuff, BMPs and tanks and what have you, and noticed how quite a lot of them have disappeared. And the ones that haven't disappeared appear to be clearly broken. And I wonder if China's also watching all this equipment disappear and wondering just how easy it would be to assist Russia in the future with their security. You know, how they offer security services to their friends.
Yeah, policemen on the street.
Oh, just thinking,
Rosguardia, now sponsored by the CCP.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have to take over, you see, in a warlike way. They're
Just rebranding.
Yeah, get into your walls. Exactly. Decoding?
Absolutely. What I meant, Will, was that Ukraine is getting its drones from Alibaba, and I suspect if China really wanted to, it could stop that. But China isn't being openly friendly towards Ukraine, but it's not being that helpful to Russia. Remember, we all here remember, the time the Union Pay, which is that main, like Visa works everywhere. The Russians thought they were going to get that, but they got China got them, stopped them from it. China doesn't offer insurance, export insurance for its coal or stuff to Russia. So I'd probably brand what the scenario you described, Will, of the CCP helping to prop up the self-declared Republic of Muscovy as kind of the Taiwan option, and basically, and we just can't overemphasize the primal psychological fear that every Russian, if I can say, I mean, there is one or two who doesn't have this, the association between China and slavery, between Mongolia and slavery, and for them, China. So they understand that this would not be any picnic for them, and I do my best to play up this, and this is why I think China is kind of this thing with the NATO thing, because as you point out, Will, no one's talking about this. So this is China kind of a message to Russia, I think, and it's delicious. Out.
Yeah, it is a little bit delicious if you consider that it very well might be a threat to NATO, but a troll to Russia at the same time. Yeah, delicious. Karen?
Well, I just ran across something that I thought I'd share, that is somewhat disturbing. And of course, we know about the Pope and his telling Ukraine that they should consider some white flag diplomacy. Okay, we've heard about that. Putin has been congratulated on his election victory, and we'll say victory in parentheses, by several leaders: Cuba, Honduras, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, China, North Korea, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and the Vatican. That crosses a line. If that church, well, I'd like to hear from some Catholics. Are there any Catholics here that could give us a perspective on that?
So you're saying, but your first statement, you think this crosses the line between church and state, or crosses the line on some moral grounds?
Well, of course it crosses the line between church and state. That goes without saying. But this is like a new, in my mind, congratulating Putin on an obviously false victory goes much farther than saying that Ukraine should possibly seek white flag diplomacy. He has joined the company of all these other very notorious countries, and the Vatican isn't a country, but still, it is what it is. But well, I know you're an atheist, and I'm not especially religious. If there is a Catholic here, Mockers, you were raised Catholic. What do you have to say?
Well, I'm a good cat licker, yes. I was brought up a good Catholic and all that, but I kind of strayed away because, yeah, things happened, and let's just say anybody who protects child molesters, they're just not good people in my book. So that kind of put me off a little bit. He said a few things out of turn recently. I mean, he's also said things to Hungary. I would imagine this is a formality more than anything, that, the Vatican City, as it were, it is its very own sort of place. You've got to, go through some sort of border checking as you go into it. I've been there. And it's beautiful. But yeah, it's one of these things that, I mean, he's also supported Hungary in, the protection of Hungarian speakers in Ukraine, which was also another thing that people have questioned. Let's just say he comes out and he says these things, and then the messaging gets brought back a bit. If you ask me, he's probably due for retirement. Prince, however, will have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, I will. And excuse me, I'm cooking my dinner, but anyway, yeah, I do have a few thoughts. And I am not Catholic, but I do have thoughts. There's a couple things. I actually have an article that I'm waiting to. I just haven't had a chance to read yet about the Pope's upcoming biography that is going to be released, I believe, early this coming week. And that's where the Hungary quote came from. And so I'll be interested to see what it is in context and see what other kinds of things may be in there. But what I'm going to say is I understand and I completely get it. And I agree that it would be nice if the Pope would take a very strong side. I think it would be right for the Pope to take a very strong side. I also see the Pope as a guy who tries to be more diplomatic and acts more as a diplomat to try to make peace, because that is that is what he is supposed to do, because that is what God, that's what he believes God wants him to do, is to try to make peace between the countries and not have the war. I think it's going to be a very interesting week in Pope Watch, and this adds to it, and we'll see. I understand Ukraine is outraged by it. Ukraine should be outraged by it. We should be outraged by it. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just saying that I think the Pope at times tries to be a little bit more of a diplomat than anybody would like, and tries to look at both sides of it, because he sees himself, he is a man of God, and he believes that is the role that he is supposed to take. He's supposed to be a peacemaker, not somebody who takes sides. That's sort of my opinion, I guess, at this point, without thinking a little bit more about it.
Yeah, well, it's all terribly disappointing. That's all I'll say about that. Roos, I realise we passed you over. Would you like to go, and then we'll continue with the other hands?
Yeah, well, it's hard with the Vatican because they kind of hide behind religion, but basically it's an organization of power and power abuse in many ways. My firm belief is that Catholicism would benefit a lot from separating from the Vatican, actually.
That's an interesting point from the so Catholicism as practiced in the various different areas would benefit from separating itself from central control, is what you're saying?
Yeah, the central control doesn't have a good track record at all. It kind of claims to be there to guide the Catholics, but it mainly helps people in power within the Catholic world that has abused other people or claimed power in ways they shouldn't, and they just help them hiding it. And no, this is not a good thing. They should separate.
Right. So, hey, just a point of clarification here, though, Karen, I'm having difficulty sourcing the actual quote from the Vatican City or the Pope doing that congratulations. So I think that list might not necessarily be accurate, and we'll have to wait and confirm it. But we'll carry on because Leo had something to add here. Go ahead, Leo.
Thank you so much for everything you guys do. Yeah, so regarding, the Pope, is the head of state. Vatican City is a country. I definitely do not support his views on Ukraine. I think it's abysmal if he did do this, if he did congratulate Putin on his election, because we all know that it was a sham election. But definitely, they are a country. There've been a lot of discussion also about the Pope's infallibility and all that stuff. So that basically refers to the Christian teaching the Catholic teaching that he is infallible on matters of Catholicism, on matters of doctrine. Definitely he's fallible when he says that, Chelsea should win a game or something like that. Or, he's entitled to making mistakes like anybody else. By no means do I defend him. As far as the church separating from the Vatican or separating from the Pope, that's kind of absurd because, again, of the doctrine of infallibility. It's basically Catholics, in terms of what they do as Catholics, their religious pursuits, their religious activities are all determined by the Pope. Obviously, helping Ukraine, is not a religious pursuit. So it has nothing to do with that. Catholics, are entitled to their political views and their humanitarian views separate from Catholicism. The Pope does not have to support Putin. He doesn't have to support immediate ceasefire because Catholics can justified wars can be condoned. That was sort of the justification for the Crusades, and Christ had a very famous moment where he violently threw I guess it was business people out of the church, out of the temple, because they were using it as a marketplace. So that particular episode in Christ's life has been used to justify standing up for just causes. So definitely he doesn't have to say Ukraine has to put down its weapons right now and sue for peace. That is just his personal opinion. It's by no means what Christian doctrine requires. But in any event, definitely his behavior is more influenced probably on his upbringing. I think that he had a lot of pro-Soviet views in his background, and so it has never gone away from his playbook, and he obviously has this very close relationship with Kirill, who is an ex-KGB operative. So it's despicable that he has these views, and hopefully somehow someone will get through to him and say that, it's just as easy to say Putin should stop fighting immediately and withdraw all his forces out of Ukraine, and thereby create a world of peace, as it is for him to say Ukraine should wave a white flag and sue for peace in negotiations. Anyway, so that's all I had to say. Slava Ukraini.
Herm Slava, yeah, 100% agree. I mean, it's the most direct way, right? It's the most direct way to solve this. You would think a person who sells themselves as a man of peace would go for the most easy, direct, and just solution. But yeah, negotiate. Negotiate with this huge pit demon that's come up here to sit next to you as I can't figure this Christian stuff out anyway, but
and ultimately all those who are calling for negotiations just are not, they're nearsighted. They don't realize that Putin will come back and the genocide will continue, and that we already know what happens when you give Russia Crimea. That's what happened in 2014 when tacit approval was given for the Russians to stay in Crimea, and they just received a very light tap on the wrist. Russia then used Crimea as a launching site to attack Kyiv and try to take over the Ukrainian government, overthrow the whole country. So that idea of leaving Russia with Crimea has been debunked. It's basically, an obsolete concept. And so obviously for him to say negotiate, it's extremely far-sighted, nearsighted if he's going to look for peace ultimately in the world. The only peace ultimately in the world is to stop Russia in its tracks militarily. Anyway, thank you so much, Slava Ukraini.
Yep, thanks, Leo. Yeah, the only peace is end the war on the 10-point peace plan circulated by Ukraine and agreed to with consultation by, I think, 94 countries they got up to in the third conference on that. Mockers?
Oh yeah, I was just going to add that I don't know. I said being brought up a good Catholic girl, and I was brought up to believe that it was all about love, forgiveness, loving your neighbours, doing nice things for people, passing on good karma, basically. And that's kind of how I still feel it should be. But people do so many bad things in the name of religion, and it's people that twist what it should have been, as far as I'm concerned. And people are fallible. So yeah, unfortunately, we're all humans when it comes down to it. And in this particular case, yeah, it's disappointing. It's not entirely surprising for me, though. Just it isn't entirely surprising. Decoding.
Yes, I didn't say it, but thank you all for being there and your hard work and being a medium for us, normal civilians, to voice our opinions. Someone listening to us. It's completely so. The Pope, as I understand it, was given the job he was delegated the job by President Zelensky to negotiate the return of some of the children. Yeah, Mockers, I share your view on that, and I've written about it as well. There's something more. It's more than a coincidence that these authoritarian-minded men, whether it's Trump, Putin, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, all of these people who support each other, are supporting this attitude towards women, this misogyny, and towards children. It's kind of, I did a thing on Epstein yesterday, which I normally stay away from it because it's just too glaring. This article in the Sunday Mirror, which was owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father at the time, talking about trafficking this woman openly in an article and referring to Maxwell as a Madam Maxwell, and trafficking this woman who's an actor, who's become now quite a prominent actor, and also gave evidence against Epstein in court when he was held liable. And this puff piece in I think 1994 in the Sunday Mirror, talking about how this English actor had gotten involved with Trump and met him at a party, and then Trump flew her and Maxwell up to his house in Florida and goes on about how amazing the house is, and that Trump has now installed her in an apartment in his building in New York, and how fun this is. And then flash forward 30 years later, and she's giving evidence against Epstein for having exercised coercive control over her and Trump as well. And as some of you who've listened know, one of the mana or the energy of Russism, according to distant folklore, and Trump Brexitism is coercive control. And so it's all part of it. And it's not a coincidence that the Pope, they've had their problems with the children and all that. However, having said all of that, and there's no reason why, if the Pope is in good faith trying to curry favor with Putler in order to maximize his negotiating strategy, because of course the Pope is surrounded by vastly clever people who understand things as well. So it's not just the fact that he's a tanky. Now, having said all of this, I don't think that should stop any of us or Ukrainians from putting pressure on the Pope, because if anything, that creates additional leverage for him in his dealings if he is in fact executing President Zelensky's ask of him, which is trying to negotiate some of the 700,000 children back from Russia. And so, but yeah, as I say, I mean, it's our job as advocates and campaigners and Ukrainians as well to put pressure on all of these people to continue supporting Ukraine and to support Ukraine, and we can use these things. So I'm not by saying that perhaps the Pope is playing a double game here. I'm not in any way saying that we should lower our critique or our criticism of him and of others, but at the same time, perhaps there is this other thing going on. I haven't seen any, like we've seen quite a few prisoners and children returning under the auspices of the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. I haven't seen the Pope or the Vatican name checked in any of these returns, but maybe it has been. But hopefully that's what's going on, and hopefully he's just not the completely, the complete tanky he seems. I was really pleased the other day. Some of you might have heard of Slavoj Žižek, who's a great leftist intellectual, and I was just so relieved to see the other day he's on the side of Ukraine, because having lost so many icons that one thought at some point in time were worthy of support. It's just great to see at least one or two of them are surviving and are supporting Ukraine. Anyway, that's an aside. Out.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that about the return of the children. Yeah, it would be very difficult to be at extreme odds with Russia and also be trying to negotiate return of children. So I see your point on that one. And there is a possibility that there's a lot more going on than we know about. But still, when you see and hear it, it is a bit painful, I'll be honest. Bruce?
Yeah, I have to get back to this with separating the Vatican from the Catholic Church. It's simply absurd that a religious head of a religion is lended the tools of a head of state. He can send his religious envoys with diplomatic passports anywhere. He can use the prestige of a head of state, as he just did by congratulating Putin on his so-called victory.
We haven't actually seen confirmation of that yet, Bruce. So.
Oh, okay, but well, he is constantly lending the prestige of a head of state to, and we are allowing him this. when he's a religious leader. It's just as absurd as Iran having religious government. It's no, religions shouldn't be governments. They should be concerned with religion, and they shouldn't be allowed government tools to enforce their religious ideas. The Pope is not different from any other religious leader in this aspect. He just gets lent these tools and this prestige anyway. It just sucks.
Oh, there's a massive long, I mean, I don't disagree with you, Ruth, but there is a massive long historical reason why it would be unlikely to happen. But still, I get your point totally that, religion and government are two separate things, and never the twain should meet, as far as I'm concerned. Have your faith by all means, but don't let it guide you to hate other people, basically, as far as I'm concerned. Decoding. Decoding?
Yes, there's basically what we're talking about there, where the sovereign incorporates the job.
We've lost you, Decoding. You've gone.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you now.
This is kind of the oldest model of governance there is in our culture. It's just more obvious with the Pope, because he holds the juridical, the administrative aspect of sovereignty of the Vatican, but also this magical aspect, the priest-like aspect. It's memorialized in the caste system in India, with the Brahmin, the priests running the show. And I look in my work at the magical aspect is through trolling and people like Trump and their magical capacity to affect people in the same way as the church. So it's not that alien to have both these functions. In fact, all states run along Indo-European lines have it in some respects. We just don't call the priests. The priests in America are in the think tanks. They're the people who are advising, it's the same, performing the same function as the Pope. But so it's not that alien. But anyway, that's for another day's work out.
And over now, indeed. So, shall we pivot slightly, because I have an opinion of somebody who is Russian here. We should know Denis Zakharov. He's even been on Sky News recently, so he's still campaigning hard from within Russia. Well, he's already been arrested once, so let's hope that he doesn't get himself into too much more trouble. But I do feel as though he's one of these people who probably has enough protection to be able to do what he's doing. So anyway, his comments here are 6 more years. And he was right in his original assessment that this would be the biggest sham of an election. Oh, I can't spell while I'm talking, apparently. Not with these nails on, anyway. Yeah, it would be the first absolute, unmistakable fake election ever. I mean, absurdly corrupt. And that was particularly obvious from all the performances that went on over the last 3 days. So 87%. Obviously, absurdly out of touch with reality. In fact, they claimed a 90% result in Moscow, which is absolutely impossible. So During this election, they didn't even try to manipulate the results. They just picked a random number and basically, thank you, Kat, sorry, basically just said, welcome to Russia. We now have no elected leaders. So, obviously, Putin's not going to go away. We're going to see him become more violent, more deprived. His system is degraded enough that he was able to claim this 87% number. And do you know what that translates into? That translates into carte blanche. Do whatever you want, Vladimir. The same system that's been avoiding tension before the election results, holding prices, trying to put hold on the most repressive measures, and no mobilization. Now, with 6 more years, there's nothing to stop them. Things are going to change. This spring, we're going to face an unprecedented oil crisis. Ukraine have found the correct weak spot. Oil facilities are huge and fragile. They can't be moved. In a matter of weeks, this system of oil refinery was not just disrupted, but close to collapse. Oil means a lot to Russia: logistics, agriculture, and production. By summer, we will long miss today's prices. At the same point, Putin does what he can to make salary rises almost impossible, which means there is less of everything: food, clothing, basics. The state itself is out of money. It looks everywhere to get more and more to finance its outlandish war further. First, we will face the tax bump, but that's only the beginning. 87% result. It just means they've been given permission to dig deeper into everybody's pockets. 87% means we cannot even accept a shade of disapproval. We will expect now more restrictive laws, punishing for anything remotely non-patriotic, more cases, bigger sentences. The system is degrading itself. It will not be able to cover the KPIs. This new tenure will more than ever rely on people policing themselves, snitching, voluntary organizations, ex-soldier groups, private security armies. Summer will begin with a mobilization. I'm nearly sure now that Russia's meat grinder tactics requires a lot more people. Oh, you stuck on me, Cat. Get off. Thank you. Sorry, just stuck on me. Anyway, we're out of professional army. We're out of prisoners. In fact, we're out of everyone now, but volunteers are mobilized. And how many more volunteers do we expect to appear at this stage? So, mobilization is inevitable. I don't know what will happen to any protests. I don't think they will disappear completely, but they will become smaller, more brutal groups, ready to cause trouble, maybe on a small scale, but this could have a larger and wider impact. 6 more years of Putin is a dreadful concept, not just inside Russia. I expect that NATO forces joining the war narrative sounds way more unrealistic with every month. Macron, who's grown a pair or even 2, he's only the beginning of this conversation. I hope that when the F-16s finally arrive, NATO generals feel more capable of using their own tactics. This decision is inevitable, especially if mobilization happens here. 6 more years of this disaster. For 6 more years, this deluded thug will push us into madness. 6 more years of war, death, and genocide. 6 more years of inability to build normal relationships and a peaceful Europe. 6 more years that I don't think we have. We need to speed up. 6 years just passed, and the next 6 will go just the same. 6 years ago, we were a better world, but this sickness has poisoned us. He poisons everything he touches. So no, We don't want another 6 years and to see what it does to us. I feel like this needs to stop. And so that's how, you know, a more level-headed and educated Russian feels, that, yeah, they really don't want to be ruled by the Tsar for another 6 years. And quite clearly, the guy was not installed by, you know, actual voting. In fact, all of the voting and the messing around and the forcing people to sign and, you know, all of that was just an exercise in gathering people's data, I think, so that they can mobilize them later. Because they certainly didn't use it for anything else.
Yeah, confirming their voter rolls were right. I looked at this around the time you saw it. I commented on the mobilization graph in particular because you know, Zakharov here is confirming. Well, he's adding his opinion to stuff we've talked about here that I've predicted would happen for sure at and through this election. Now, I thought he'd give himself a number like 94%, make it really absurd, but 87% is going to do exactly what Dennis is saying. It is going to psychologically empower Putin, because you know, people will not believe it, but they'll accept it, right? Because they accepted him. They've accepted him. They accepted the social contract they made. You give me all the power, and I'll make your life economically better over time. Now, he's broken the social contract, but that doesn't change the fact that these people living in this system now will accept his 87% and what that means. The 87, like Zakharov was saying here, the 87% means they're going to accept a higher level of repression. They're going to accept a higher level of control and crack down on communication. They're going to accept everything comes with a guy who would have an 87% approval rating that you could expect from him, and including this mobilization, which is why I you know, I predict still within a week. Within a week, the mobilization order will be called. It will be called for about 500,000 people, which was the original number set back on September 20th when he signed the decree that came out of the Duma. And we were, you know, we first started talking about the mobilization, and Shoigu and Putin and Peskov were all talking down. Oh, no, we're not going to need 500,000 people. Most of those people are going to be volunteer contract soldiers. Well, look at the graph, folks. Look at the graph as it goes from left to right. You know, you can see the war played out in this graph. First, we have all the standing army. It gets gutted, just totally eliminated, down next to nothing. And then we have a vast blue hole in the middle that becomes the prisoner years, the Zhek, that get put into Bakhmut and get things started while they try to mobilize. Then later on, we see the mobilization start and fall off, but we see the inducements coming up into this year. The manner in which they've bumped up money, they've bumped up conditions and prizes they give people and stuff to get them in the mobilization. But I agree, they probably totally shot their wad there. And they've got to have the soldiers, because the only way they know how to prosecute the war is what they're doing. What they're doing is throwing an incredible lot of lives at getting whatever their current tactical or strategic objective is, no matter what the cost. No matter what the cost. And you haven't even seen the most of it yet. I mean, Russia has such form in this area. I'll remind you that in World War II, just north of here in Kursk, over a 7-week period, Russia voluntarily lost 800,000 lives in a 7-week period. Look, we don't know the half of what Russia will throw at it. So he's got to have the bodies. He must have them. He must have the bodies. So they're going to have to mobilize them. And I say he's going to start that mobilization within a week, because when's he ever going to have more public support? Is he going to wait a while? Is he going to wait till the refinery strikes hit home and we get the gasoline and diesel shortages or price hikes that Zakharov knows coming? He knows they're coming. We know they're coming. We know there's even more coming. So it's going. It's definitely. I really like his clear-eyed view of this. I can't see anything in this, Mockers, that I disagree with. It is such a clear-eyed view of it that I can't believe the guy's allowed to walk the street. And note the inference in what he states in relation to the F-16s and stuff that's coming. He's quietly cheering that on, because the only way out of it for him is for Russia to lose this war and lose it as quickly as possible. We have Russians on the inside of Russia literally saying the same thing we've been saying for ages, which is the war's got to end quickly. And the only way it's going to end quickly is for all the allied partners, NATO and everybody else, including Australia, to lean into this thing, folks. Dig deep, lean in, let's finish it quickly. And maybe the few good Russians, or maybe more people, will become like Denis Zakharov and recognize the failure in front of them and want something different, if they're alive that long, right? I can't imagine him not spending some time in a jail cell. If the FSB reads this, they might leave him alone if they consider him insignificant. But when the FSB reads this message, this chain here, they're going to be, their first reaction of the lieutenants there is going to be to go snatch this guy up and torture the living shit out of him. Now, other minds may step in and say, yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we don't need any more martyrs, or he's not significant, nobody's listening to him. But wow, everything he wrote here speaks to me like one of my good friends in Russia might, pointing out, things, observations that I hadn't made precisely from their perspective, but they certainly marry up with the things that I'm seeing. And wow, the pathos in the end of that message, Mockers, is striking.
Well, they don't want 6 more years of this situation getting worse, do they? So, he's basically saying, please help Ukraine as quickly as possible, and maybe we might be able to sort the situation out afterwards. Because right now, they're sort of stuck in this situation. So, it's a bad situation. And for anybody who, has a mind of their own, it's frightening results that they're stuck with. Now then, dear, oh dear. So some very funny person, and I'm not sure if they're being amusing or they're actually asking, or they did this for engagement, but Russia managed to count all their votes in a matter of hours. Why can't other countries like America do this? Darling, Russia counted their votes 24 years in advance. So I think, asking that question, I think, that was, I don't know. I'm not sure if they were trying to be that thick. Anyway, that's why, because they don't count them. Basically, yeah, exactly why. Now
Here,
then,
I can
where
do it
am
for
I?
you
Oh
right
yeah,
now. How
go
many
on.
people are in the country? 144 million. How many are eligible to vote? 103 million. What number do you want to fix? 87%. Okay, boom. You've just won 88,497,000. There you go. Boom. Counted.
Exactly. That's why how they can do it so quick. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
How
want to
these
see it
things
again?
work out. No, it's fine. It's fine. I understand. But yes, these things are obviously completely not
Well,
not real,
and
and that's
what
why.
idiocy from people like that, Joey Molinara, yeah, whatever. Uh, he is a Vatnik idiot, and his statement in relation that to try to degrade the opinion of the United States system by comparing it to Russia in that way just totally it goes to a perfect Russian talking point that shows what Joey Marinara is at this point, and that is just a Vatnik stooge, and he deserves pounds and pounds of derision.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, so you know who he was, right? Okay, so he
Oh
was
yeah, Joey
trying to be,
Marinara's been
yeah,
going on for years. He's a dumbass idiot.
yeah. Okay, so he was actually just showing his idiocy there, right? That's fine
Yeah,
then. In that case,
he's
feel free to
he's
rip
the
him
kind of
anyway.
guy. He's the kind of simplistic idiot Italian guy that you love see mouthing off in front of a parking lot in front of a 7-Eleven and having the shit kicked out of him by some big Maori bloke.
Oh, I'll keep that mental image in mind. That sounds fun. So yeah. Now then, there's been some new videos arriving from Belgorod this morning of, guess what? Arrivals, and lots of them. In fact, one grandfather in the Belgorod region is in shock because it turns out, as a result of an arrival, you can be left without an apartment. That's right. His apartment's been damaged. The windows are blown out, and there's a hole in, a part of the wall at one side of his main living room there. Obviously, he wasn't injured or anything, but he's complaining that basically he now can't use his apartment. I'm just gonna. Shall we go and speak to the residents of Mariupol, Avdiivka, Bakhmut, Severodonetsk, Sumy region, perhaps, Kharkiv, Kherson? Well, there's a long list, yes. I hope that hurts. I really do. I hope it hurts. Yeah, it would seem they're starting to understand what war's about, Will.
Yay! And what do you think their opinion of it is?
Well, he don't like it very much. The fact that his home is ruined is a real problem for him. I note that he is in fine fettle, so he was obviously not injured in any way. But yeah, he's got things to cry about because look, his home's gone. It's destroyed. What's going to happen? And he's tried to get some help, but there's nobody really answering his calls with regards to how they're going to, sort it out. So, well, I hope he had good insurance. Does that exist in Russia? Good insurance. If you're rich, maybe. Yeah, exactly. So that poor fella probably doesn't have good insurance. Oh well, never mind. Fox Tyrants. Are you sticky micing me? Fuck.
Bit shy.
Oh,
Bit shy.
sticky mic.
Got a phone call right when we thought he was going to come up or something.
No, he's all stuck with an unmutable mic. In that case, you'll have to recycle, my friend. Karen, go ahead.
Oh, I just stumbled on a Crystal Wiki thread about that Moldavian or Transnistrian helicopter. He says, Crystal Wiki says that the state of the cockpit suggests that it is not was not operational, and that he feels that it was a disused asset and it was a staged attack. He said that this particular helicopter, and I don't know what he's using for evidence, but he has his sources, has apparently been in situ since at least 2003. 2003, sitting in that same spot. Huh. Well, and the likelihood of an airframe being fully fueled but derelict and at least 44 years old, the MT-8 was last produced in 1980, also seems very probable. And he says it's far more likely to have been rigged. So I just thought it fits with the rest of what you said about the helicopter explosion. But what I would like to circle back to is something that is happening at the same time, and that is South Ossetia in Georgia carrying on talks with Russia about possibly becoming part of the Russian state. I think that's pretty disturbing. And I was wondering if there was anybody here who had knowledge about that.
Yeah, look at what they're trying to do in Gazia or whatever it's called in Moldova and Transnistria. It's just the same shit, different place, basically. So yeah, they're just trying this on with any of these sort of vassal state things that they have, because they would like to consolidate them all as part of Russia, and then obviously at that point they would have to join them up because they just would. So yeah, it's just another attempt at the same old balls of, we have to now go over there and take over Georgia because the people of South Ossetia and Abkhazia and all of these places that we've, sectioned off from actual life, all these places are now under threat, which they are under threat because, a lot of the people in the country would like these places back as part of their country and not under Russian control because of all the trouble it causes. So, yeah, I think he's trying to sort of, almost desperately hang on to these by sort of getting them all to do this sort of, what would you call it, a coordinated attempt to be Russia. And it's all a load of nonsense. I mean, some of these places they can't even reach by ground, so they're going to obviously have to air bridge. I can really see them doing that with Transnistria right now. That wouldn't be awkward for them at all. But yeah, it's just the same rubbish, different country. Karen?
Well, I was wondering if the problem with South Ossetia could be considered a little more serious, and I have no idea, but I know that
So
they.
the thing about South Ossetia is Russia moved in there when they fomented a fake separatist movement there years and years ago, and they've been occupying it ever since. So the only thing that surprises me is they haven't petitioned to join Russia 5 years ago.
Well, the reason I'm concerned is because Russia has put a lot of naval assets down there in South Ossetia, and there is some kind of a base there, and that's what concerned me. But you're right; it is the same thing that it's been going on other places, but it's the fact that they do have a Navy base in South Ossetia, and that in particular kind of concerned me. But you guys probably know more.
No, I know the same amount that you do from today, based on the news, but none of it makes. I don't find it to be massively newsworthy because, of course, Russia is looking for more places to host its ships now that it no longer has Sevastopol. Novorossiysk is chock-a-block, and it's not a very good port. So any place that they have sort of informally annexed already, like South Ossetia, that has a port that they feel that they're now ready to try use, that they formalize agreements to try to legalize occupation of area. It's sort of right out of the textbook for me. I guess I read it the same thing you read, and I went, yeah, that's not really surprising. The only thing that surprised me is they didn't do it 5 years ago. So yeah, I don't know any more than you do, Karen, but I'm not that. It doesn't surprise me much, but I've become a bit jaded, I think. Mockers?
Yeah, the port, the naval port at small and not anything like what Russia would need. They would have to do years of massive construction works there in order to be able to make that port facilitate their needs. So no matter what they say about it, they did move ships over there, but a bunch of them are basically moored just off the coast because there's no space for them. They're just safer. And that's the reason basically that they've got so many ships over there, just for safety, because they're running scared. And so talking about building up this port and reclaiming the area as proper Russia is just part and parcel of that plan. That okay, we've been thrown out of here, we'll go somewhere else. And well, I think it would take them an awful lot of time and money, and maybe these things they just don't have. Not for long, anyway. Peter.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks, Peter.
Good. A bit of confusion here. South Ossetia does not have a coastline. It's completely inside the coast. I think you are mixing up Abkhazia, which does have a coastline.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. It's Abkhazia.
Okay, so if there are any naval assets being moved to South Ossetia, I'd be fairly surprised, unless they're inland transmitter stations or something like that used for naval purposes. But
I did say Abkhazia at one point, didn't I?
They're both basically part of Georgia, but they're not contiguous parts of Georgia with each other. So South Ossetia is sort of in the middle of the Caucasus, immediately north of Tbilisi, that has basically been occupied for 25 years or whatever. No, so not 25, 15 years by the Russians. So whether they wish to recognize it as a stooge state, as an independent stooge state, or whether they wish to formally annex it as part of the Russian Federation, frankly, it makes no difference to what it already is. It de facto, it's occupied. Whether it's occupied as a theoretically independent nation or as a nation which theoretically wishes to be part of the Russian Federation, what's the difference? There's frankly no difference. So I don't think this is a big deal at all. It's just sort of semantics and paperwork. The Abkhazia is a bit more interesting because that sort of has its own indigenous population who were not always very okay with the Georgian government in Tbilisi, and Russia sort of jumped on that bandwagon and weaponized them, and it's now just a total backwater. It's sort of nobody recognizes their passports apart from Russia, and they're trying to get this new port. I don't understand why they don't just use the port of Sukuk. there is a port there, but they're looking at trying to build a new port, but that will just take them absolutely ages, and they're not going to do that effectively during the war, I wouldn't have thought.
So not a great port. You know, I mean, there's not that much room there to use that. The good ports pretty much all taken. Too bad. These there's not many really good sheltered ports here on the Black Sea. I don't know how bad the weather gets there, but they never seem they don't seem to have too much trouble at Zhubga and Tuapse, because they have big shipping ports there, or single point moorings for oil and gas at Novorossiysk. Same thing. They have a big single point mooring for loading oil products, but Sevastopol's a big loss to them. So it doesn't surprise me they're searching around for new ports to use, because as we see from the overhead satellite imagery, H.I. Sutton and M.T. Alexander, boy, that Novorossiysk port is just jam-packed with ships. Good place for a couple of ATACMS missiles, frankly. And then the Black Sea Fleet could be reduced in size by another third relatively easily there. And if they did that, I suppose they might have to move down someplace like Abkhazia to escape the range. But not much going on down there as far as ports go to be able to. It would take years to build up that Abkhazia area. I think the ports there to be of serious use, they'd have to make some massive breakwaters. It doesn't look like there's channeling in there, but it looks pretty shallow. So I'm not sure it's set up geologically to be a good deep water port. Anyway, South. Go ahead, Peter. Did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I thought the port that they were looking at establishing in Abkhazia was not actually Sukhumi. I think it was Ochamchiri or something like that, which I've never heard of, but it must be a different place, either north or south of Sukhumi, but not Sukhumi itself. I don't quite know the reasons for that or whatever, but I don't think it was actually Sukhumi port they were looking at using. Anyway, you're right. Novorossiysk is an absolute prime target, and hopefully by the time they've established this port, they won't have any bloody Black Sea Navy fleet left to put there anyway. So it'll all be an exercise of total futility.
Yep, plenty of free berths once they clean up the harbor. Karen, back to you.
Well, Peter, I just wanted to thank you very much for stepping in, and I am blushing. You can't see it through the panel, through my logo, but I am very glad you made that correction. And I will try and in the future to remember to check a map before I open my mouth like that and make sure I'm referring to the correct place. But thank you very, very much for stepping in. And now there is something else that I wish Ioana were here, but there are other people. And Peter, you might know something about this too. Romania has a NATO air base, of course. I can't pronounce the name, but it is expanding it. And the article that I'm looking at is in a publication called Militarny. That's Militarny. And it is a defense, a Ukrainian defense website. But it talks about NATO possibly not building. Excuse me, I'm nervous. I got my words mixed up. NATO building the largest base in Romania. And that sounds intriguing. And I would love to hear some more about that. And I'll send you the article.
Well, I remember Prince and Mockers talking about that not long before I came up as speaker. I'm not sure if you want to revisit this, Mockers, or maybe Prince, if she's here again. But yeah, Romania going to build a two-part air base, a massive one that's will be bigger than anything else in NATO, and also build essentially a high ground monitoring station as well, in addition to this massive new air base that's going to be $2.7 billion, I guess. That's a whole lot of runway, and essentially be what Mockers characterized earlier as being or maybe it was Prince, a phenomenally large aircraft carrier that doesn't require a lot of maintenance and diesel fuel. Prince.
I have found the source. I have found the source of the Pope supposedly congratulating Vladimir Putin. This is from RIA Novosti. And
RAI Novosti?
Yeah. RAI Novosti. So state-owned Russian news outlet. And this is what it says. Now, I can't tell you that the Pope by reading this, I cannot tell you that the Pope congratulated. The head of the World Union of Old Believers, Leonid Sevastolievia something, communicating with Pope Francis, told RIA Novosti that the pontiff congratulated Vladimir Putin on his election to the post of President of Russia. The direct quote is, "The Pope congratulates Vladimir Putin on his election as president of the Russian Federation," is what this dude said. So yeah, he also noted that Pope Francis sees the Vatican as the international platform that could replace some of the functions of the UN. Sorry, I hadn't read that last slide prior. That sort of made me laugh. Anyway, excuse me. Got a salt block around? Big, huge grain of salt stuff. I don't know who Leonid is, but I'm not trust him as far as I can throw him at this point.
Which says everything we need to know, doesn't it? That there's this strange report by the Russian press, and well, perhaps people are getting overexcited about something that hasn't actually happened. So there we go. As we know, the Russian press is terribly trustworthy, so I'm sure they've just got some details incorrect there. I'm sure they'll figure it out later. So yes, it's one of those things that has come out from a suggestion, but possibly isn't actually anything. So there we go. We will wait and see on that one, because he's taken quite a bashing recently, the Pope, and for good reason. But we shouldn't bash him for something that he's not yet done. So that's my feeling generally.
Mockers, I'm just gonna say, expect more Pope bashing in the coming days. Just saying that's what I'm gonna say about that. And I'm saying that because the Pope does have an autobiography that's coming out this week. And as I mentioned earlier, that there was the quote about Hungary. There's a quote in there about the LGBT community that I find interesting. There's a quote in there about genocide that really has me anyway, so we're gonna see what ends up happening with this book, but I would expect more Pope-like news, and some of it definitely, especially with the genocide, I can see that definitely. Maybe his wording about the genocide and his experience in Argentina, I think may have some influence here, or not influence, but some ripple effects into people's opinions about him regarding Ukraine. How's that for an answer, I think? So yeah, we'll keep an eye out, but for right now, I don't trust this as far as I could throw it.
Yeah, anything
Okay.
based RA and Novosti is dubious in the first instance and would definitely need confirmation. I mean, I'd wait until the Vatican confirms or denies myself.
Indeed. So there we go. Perhaps some absolute nonsense cleared up already today. Oh, hello, Peter. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, the Old Believers are a sort of religious or cultural sort of group or sect or something. I think they're based around Ulan-Ude in Buryatia, and they sort of are recognised. I don't think they're exactly in a religion, but it's a sort of way of life, kind of a bit like the Amish or something like that, but not as extreme as that. And they like a lot of these groupings, they will almost certainly have been sort of infiltrated by a KGB guy. So this Leonid guy is probably a sort of stooge who heads them up and is effectively a sort of a nominated individual who is sympathetic to the Kremlin. It wouldn't surprise me if he has had a discussion with the Pope, but he has sort of misappropriated what the Pope said in order to sort of make the Kremlin regime look better than it is, and try and give them an air of authenticity and legitimacy, which of course they don't deserve. So it's probably just a load of nonsense, but it's typical sort of misinformation, absolutely straight out of the Kremlin playbook. So nobody should be surprised about it. That would be my take on it. Okay, thanks.
Yep, thank you, Peter. Right. Oh, fires. A couple of fires in Russia today. Class A, nothing to be exciting about. Well, 3 fires I've noticed. Roof fires. It's like they like that song, mockers. The roof is on fire, because another roof during construction caught fire at a new building in St. Petersburg. It's like there's no housing shortage or something, because these new buildings are catching on fire, and then a nice big fire in Chelyabinsk that's going for a whole time. Now, I want to contrast something here, right? If you look at any of the fires that are on LX Summer's page today in Russia, and then I want to contrast those with the fire caused by an S-300 missile striking in Kharkiv. The Kharkiv fire has hit the side of a Khrushchevsky building, and you can see that the balconies where the strike took place are on fire, and the fire brigade is responding, noting that fire really hasn't taken hold inside the building yet, because it's just struck on the outside of the building and the balconies are burning, and they rushed in there with fire extinguishers and hoses and stop that fire from engulfing that building. Well done, Ukrainian firefighters. Now, contrast that with what we see in Chelyabinsk, where the entire inside of an office apartment building is going on the basis of a roof fire that started. So a roof fire was allowed to go on so long without response before that it got into the entirety of a 3-story building. So it burned long enough that it collapsed into the first floor, set a bigger fire, and then collapsed into the second floor. And then boom, next down to the first floor. Competent, timely response to fires means that you don't have to lose the whole building. But in Chelyabinsk, not a small place, not a small town, they have lost the entire inside of a building, and another building's on fire in St. Petersburg that burned the roof off, and a bit of a random thing in Moscow. There's what is the location of that fire? So in near Natashinsky Park, there's a big fire on the ground, but it's all Class A. And you know what it looks like to me? It looks like some lazy bastard didn't want to get the trash removal guy in and is burning up all the trash and, in the dumpsters that are there. So, yeah, a little bit of open. I used to bitterly complain about this in Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk. You know, a city of 300,000 people is not that big, but when idiots think they can burn their garbage in the town, and then it just absolutely throws this pall of acrid, disgusting, poisonous smoke all around. It's the kind of thing that just chaps my ass. It really upsets me when people do this, that sort of uncontrolled burning. And that's what the third one looks like to me. It looks like society is at such a great level in Moscow that they're now doing open burning in the suburbs of Moscow like they used to do in the Far East. That disgusted me years ago. So that's a roundup, a little bit of roundup of fires. Nothing outside of Belgorod that looks military related, and no more refineries today. I think they're probably still surveying the target list after yesterday. And I will note, I believe there must be a big airbase somewhere between Moscow and Yaroslavl that I've yet to locate, but I'll guarantee you there is something seriously being protected between Moscow and Yaroslavl that probably maybe the Ivanova Air Base or something, but clearly they've shot down the drones that were headed for that Yaroslavl refinery, which is the last of the really big, well, no, not the last of them. There's another one in Moscow, but this Yaroslavl refinery is a very big, juicy target up there in the north. It's a junction point for their gas lines that are coming across the north part of the country. It's a very big refinery of large capacity, larger than even Ryazan, and has many nice unit operations inside it, with which a very large number of booms could have been drawn. So we've seen additional of these most advanced drones that Mockers talked about earlier were shot down in the region. So I think there's probably something here that has some very good air defense, or they have been able to successfully predict the corridor of attack and lined up some point defense there, or they're just getting lucky because this is the third attempt to strike that refinery. And once again, it looks like it has escaped serious damage, which is disappointing. But the refinery strikes yesterday, I'll note that the refinery strike yesterday at the not large, not incredibly large, but very, very importantly placed refinery in Krasnodar that was hit yesterday, Slavyansky na Kubani. There were, in fact, two separate locations hit in that refinery. I saw from the video that I saw, I said there were three strikes on two different locations. They clearly set both of the vacuum column and an atmospheric distillation column on fire in that refinery, meaning that the vast majority of that refinery's output would be affected, including all of the gasoline and the as well as the thing I wanted to see them start going for, the vacuum system is attached to a diesel hydrotreaters. So they have a hydrocracker, a vac column, and a vacuum separator for doing what we call, I told you was this yesterday, this is called a topping refinery. They take in crude, and they do the very quick, dirty separation on it to produce all of the kerosene, diesel, gasoline, and easily produced stuff from atmospheric columns. Then they do a small amount of work on the middle bottoms to get some more diesel and produce some fuel oil and hydrotreat that so that it is sweet. And then the remainder goes out somewhere else to take the bottoms, because they don't do all the complex cracking and everything. It's a pretty easy straight run, quick and dirty refinery, but it's a decent sized capacity, not massive, but decent size. But with both of the vacuum column and the atmospheric column hit here, this refinery, which just serves this area agriculturally, but I will note is the closest place you can produce lots of fuel and get it from to the military, very close to the Kerch Bridge. So it's, I think, strategically significant hit for them, which is why they picked it out, because it's a relatively small refinery in the scale of the other ones we've looked at, but it's probably important for generating a shortage of fuel close to Crimea, that they've a desirous outcome for them. And so that's a big strike. That probably, like 80-90% of their capacity of that refinery will be eliminated until they get one of those columns back online, because they can't work on the easy fuel stuff, and they can't run a vacuum column to get more diesel and operate the hydro treaters that follow that up after it. So that's the way to strike a refinery, folks. Get those distillation columns, whether they're atmospheric or vacuum. If you want to shut down all the fuel, you just take out the 2 to 4 atmospheric and typically 1 vacuum column that are in a major refinery, and you'll stop things quick smart. Now they probably can still use that refinery as a terminal, if you will, and move stuff in and out of there, because it has a lot of rail connections. So it's still got a very wide spot in the line, but they won't be manufacturing fuels at that place this year, anytime later this year, because they just don't have those things standing by ready to swap in. And there's lots of other parts and all the other difficulties that we were talking about yesterday with Live Sniper and everyone. Love these refinery strikes. Sorry to hear Yaroslavl didn't get nailed last night. It's the luckiest refinery in Russia, having missed three strikes now. They're going to have to send the boys in on the ground, Mockers.
Well, they keep seeding or finding people inside Russia to help. So, I'm thinking that there will be possibilities in the future. So, yeah, coming soon to a Russian future near you, I would say. So, yeah, just it's something that's obviously a target, isn't it? And I can only say that the more you try something, the more you get better at it. Yeah, practice and all that makes perfect. So, I have a few things. One of which I kind of like. So, the head of the Foreign Ministry of the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there we go, Radoslaw Sikorski, that fella, has issued his own warning to Vladimir Putin, suggesting that the West should or could take actions that the president of Russia would not anticipate. I think we can quite clearly now stop calling him president. Yeah. So, in an interview with Gazeta Wyborcza, apparently, he emphasized the importance of keeping Putin worried about the West's potential moves. Well, it's about flipping time, isn't it? The point is to make Vladimir Putin worry about what we will do to him. And we can all do something he does not expect. He was also asked about the evolution of France's position since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, where initially Macron sought mediation, to his recent statements of not ruling out the possibility of sending NATO troops. We have all tried to persuade Russia to behave according to some rules. I think the period leading up to the war and for some time after its outbreak, this continued. President Macron did hope that Putin would show reason and make a rational calculation based upon his own interests, and that France could play a part as mediator. Eventually, we all realised that this is hopeless. That is a man who never keeps his word. Directly to Putin, he states, we too can do unexpected things. President Macron has now adopted our perspective that Putin only withdraws when he encounters effective resistance. I think Macron decided to abandon a traditional approach that revealed to Putin what we would not be doing against him. This gives too much freedom for him to shape the situation to his own advantage. Instead, Macron, as we, want Putin to worry about what it could be we will do. And we can do. We can do plenty that he does not expect. It is we, not Putin, who control this so-called escalation ladder. I completely agree with this approach. Sikorsky also explained that Putin will face years of guerrilla warfare. He is not only fighting Ukrainians, but also the vast landscape. Ukraine is twice the size of Poland, with huge distances between cities. If Russia wanted to control such a large area, they would need very, very many more soldiers. He believes Ukrainians continue to show Putin that they are a separate nation and they do not wish to live under the rule. Therefore, even if the front were going to collapse, which is unlikely, we would still be contending with them having years of guerrilla warfare. Remember how strong the resistance that is the Ukrainian partisans. Remember in the past, they put up such resistance against the Bolsheviks during the Civil War after World War II. Ukrainian partisans were active until the 1950s. If Putin is allowed to conquer Ukraine, he would not stop there. Stopping Putin would be more difficult because Russia will have access to the industrial and human resources of Ukraine. Meanwhile, America, to strengthen Europe, will have to use more of their resources and more people. It's not a desirable scenario for any of us. And that is why, as we continue to explain, Putin must be stopped in Ukraine. So that's another strong and, on the right track sort of statement, which I particularly appreciate, that it's almost as though the wheels are starting to turn in a slightly different direction now. And I know Poland's always been very vocally supportive, but it's nice that when Macron has stood up, all these other countries who've been saying this for years immediately stand behind him and say, this is the way, this is it. It provides all that additional backup that he needs to continue with this I don't want to call it a narrative. I want to call it a change of position. There we go. It's important that this position is changed and that we do indeed, we don't like to chuck our weight around, but we should in this circumstance. And I think we've been so reticent to going, hey, don't mess with us, because it looks bad. It looks like we're bullies, when really what we're having to do is stand up to an actual bully. So, that I think you've got to sort of get away from that that reticence to appear to be aggressive, and realize that sometimes you've got to be aggressive to protect yourself. And being assertive is different to being aggressive, I would say. Being assertive, as in saying no further, in fact, go away, I think is much more effective. And telling Russia what we will not do, a la Schultz, we definitely won't do this and we definitely won't do that. And don't you worry, Russia, don't get excited. We're not going to do that. That's just totally the wrong message. And it just basically gives them all the green lights to push that little bit further. And well, look, it's not just Ukraine that they're doing, you know, provocations to. They're faffing around with Moldova. They're just creating dissent through various funded groups in all sorts of European countries and America. Yeah, this hybrid war is, I mean, it's gone on for a decade, if not longer. And we have to really wake up to that and realize that, yeah, we are being formally attacked by Russia. Maybe not physically, kinetically, but certainly with regards to hybrid means, we're definitely under attack. So we need to get a little bit more serious about it. And the Baltic countries and have always known this, haven't they? And the Nordic countries have always known this. And we really should listen to them a lot more often. It's surprising to me that Russian propaganda has worked so well that these voices have been ignored. Now then, shall we talk about a small ex-Soviet country? No, sorry, actually. A sovereign country for more than 30 years, that's correct. Czechia, or the Czech Republic, whatever you still know it as. So, very based, aren't they, recently? Finding all this ammunition. I mean, he's pulling ammunition out of his couch cushions, as far as I could tell. He's found a pile of the stuff. And hopefully, within the next few weeks, this stuff will actually be turning up. So he's apparently found 800,000 that have now been, that's not my password, he's found 800,000 of various types of shells, 122 and 155, which is awesome. And bear with me 1 second, I just need to be able to type this without, there we go. Right. I was going to, if I got it wrong one more time, it was going to kick me out. So I just had to fix that. So where am I? Oh yeah. And now he seems to have found another 700,000. Now, some of this he's saying is old stock that's been found, and some of this he's saying is newly produced stock that's been, well, negotiated, shall we say. And I wonder, you know what I was saying about these people who obviously were backfilling their own stocks that they'd already sent to Ukraine when Ukraine's crying out for ammunition, but people are like, oh, but we need some too, because, you know, we're fighting an artillery war. Oh no, we're not. So I believe that Pavel has gone to all those people and said, are you currently fighting an artillery war? And when they've said no, he said, well, perhaps we could, you know, have a bit of that stock, because some of this stuff has been purported to be newer ammunition that has been produced more recently. So I think he's gone to those countries and said, you know, all this stock that you've just replenished, could buy some of that off you, considering you now have it on hand. Be easier than trying to scrounge it up elsewhere. So I think he's actually he's gone to those places and told them that, you know, really replenishing their own stocks is great, but right now they're not in an artillery war, and giving some of those up might be a good idea. So that's where I'm thinking some of these additional shells have come from, just by the way it was worded, which is great. And the more the merrier, eh? The more the merrier. So there's another reason why they're pretty based as well. And so I've got an article from Ukrinform here. And the Czech Republic has now proposed to the EU to ban all imports of Russian and Belarusian grain, because this would sort out an awful lot of problems, and it might even resolve the problem in Poland. So anyway, importing Russian grain is supporting the aggressor. So the Czech Republic has proposed to the European Union to include this article on EU imports in the next sanctions list. This was said by the Agriculture Minister of the Czech Republic, Marek Vyborný, okay, on the air of their CT24 TV channel. And Ukrinform have reported upon this. So, at the next meeting of the EU agriculture ministers, he wants to seek the inclusion of agricultural products from Russia and Belarus with regards to grains and oilseeds. Russian grain and Belarusian goods simply have no business in Europe. I see no reason why Russian grain should be in Europe. There is no reason for us to be supporting the aggressor. Lovely. I like this. We really need to clamp down on all this supporting of the aggressor, especially providing them with the means to actually aggress. Vyborný expressed his belief that refusal to import will not lead to any significant rise in food prices. The Czech Republic harvests 8 million tonnes of grain a year, while the country's demand is only 5 million, so the rest is exported. And therefore, you know, there's a lot of other countries in the same position. They export grain as well because they have enough for their needs. So it's certainly not going to be, you know, an immediate impact on their people, put it that way. And also, it would be better to buy that grain from Ukraine, perhaps. Just worth mentioning. Anyway, so according to Eurostat, last year Russia exported more than 1.5 million tonnes of grain to the EU, which was 50% more than before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And you know where the rest of that 50% probably came from? It was probably nicked from Ukraine. Yes, scummy buggers. So, as reported, the ruling coalition in Latvia has agreed to ban grain imports from Russia and Belarus themselves. So, well, I think this is a brilliant move, actually. I think it should be done. And I like the idea. ATV, welcome up.
Thank you very much. Question for Will, or I guess first a comment and then a question. My comment is, as you know, I am a boomophile and love listening to mockers as a proper educated boomologist. And my favorite booms of all time are actually these refineries. What I would love to see is a dedicated program against Russian rail, perhaps, forcing them to increase their use of ro-ro stock, as limited as it is, and have these guys actually burning a hell of a lot more fuel at the same time that they have less access to it. And little hopeful that we'll see it, a bit surprised that we haven't, and interested in your thoughts on that one.
Well, were you with us?
I was, but I was looking at a refinery and I kind of missed the question. You want to see what in particular?
At the same time, a dedicated program against Russian rail, forcing them to use what limited ro-ro stock they have, so that their consumption of fuel, of diesel specifically, is spiking at the same time that their access to it is plummeting. I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen that, and hopeful we do. Don't know if you have any views or thoughts on that. Thanks.
Well, it does take a while for this stuff to build up and cause a problem, of course, right? You know, these strikes have only been happening over the last 3 weeks. 12 refinery strikes in 3 weeks is, well, one would be a little bit outside that. And they're of varying complexity and difficulty, right? We know the Ust-Luga condensate facility was only offline for a month. But these, since they switched to hitting the larger refineries and targeting the distillation columns, atmospheric and vacuum, this will really start to cause a crimp. This is why I said the other day, if we see, when they were at 6, I said if we see 10 more of these in the next month, so they've done 6 already. If they do 6 more in the remainder of the month, to mid-April, just before planting season, we could start to see those sorts of restrictions. So, but your point is well taken, and Peter Hederley will probably want to chip in on this as well. That what I would do is I would find the place where they are assembling rail cars for fuel transport in places like my old favorite place, Taganrog, Rostov-on-Don, that corridor down there where they can reach quite easily, and especially reach quite easily if they get ATACMS Block 1A missiles that have 300-kilometer range and lovely cluster munition warheads that would be very useful to take out a whole bunch of tank cars at the same time in one of the assembly yards where they're I think what Peter will tell us, I think what they do is they take these big unit trains of petroleum products, diesel, gasoline, whatever, and they move them into these rail yards, and they probably separate them up into smaller sets of trains. Like if you have a unit train coming in of 100 cars, a third of them might be diesel, a third of them might be gasoline, and a third of them might be multiple different other things, kerosene, jet fuel, lubricating oils, all that sort of stuff. And so these unit trains would probably come in, I would guess, and then they would separate them up and send, we want 3 cars going this way and 2 cars that way. But while they're in that yard, switching around and building what I would guess are smaller trains from very large trains that come in with the product from the refineries, that would be an ideal place to hit. And while Russia is exceptionally good at fixing up railway track that has been destroyed, because a whole portion of their military is the railway military, they're good at fixing that stuff up. Blowing up cars on the tracks and disrupting a yard like that would be add to the complexity of the fix in a way that I think might be a bigger problem. So timing strikes on railway yards or specific lines that are carrying these very long trains full of fuel on them while the train's on the track. It sounds like a good target to me. And you don't have to hit them necessarily. It's not like you need a ground launch small diameter bomb that can hit a moving target. You hit the target while it's moving through, not try to hit the moving target, because the trains are long enough that you could time the strike on a location when the train was passing rather than try to hit the train specifically. But I think it's a good idea, right? Hit the logistics at the same time you hit the production facilities, and you're going to cause chaos in distribution and shortages somewhere. Peter?
Can you hear Peter well?
I cannot hear Peter.
I'm
So
glad it's not just me.
I turned on captions and I still don't hear Peter.
No. Okay. So sorry, Peter. We can't hear you. So you're talking to yourself. Recycle, maybe. Sorry. Fox Tyrants, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Like ATV, I would like to sign up to your University of Boomology, if possible. Send me my my links. I'm joking. So I've just come across something beautiful. On iPhone, you can set up your Ukrainian language to your keyboard and to your settings. So there's 2 separate settings, and you'll be able to translate any Ukrainian text into English very easy. So if anyone is interested, have a look at my profile. I've done a post for it, and you should be on your way to learning Ukrainian. Also, I've got these phone calls that I need to answer, so I'll pop in and out when I can.
Thanks, man. Thanks for that tip. Prince Heather.
Yeah, I'm going to be really quick because I'm on my way to bed and ATV had to stand up first. But I sort of want to gag. I'm sorry. Lindsey Graham just arrived in Kyiv.
Yeah, what would Lindsey Graham be doing there, I wonder?
That's what I'm wondering. It's like after what?
Lindsey
Yeah.
Graham's not a Catholic, is he? He's not bringing more of this raise the white flag of negotiation shite with him, is he?
I have no clue, but I'm just looking. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham arrived in Kyiv. He's been there a lot, but then the most recent actions have made me ponder his support for Kyiv. That's what I was going to say, and now I'm going to bed. Good night, Slava Ukraini. I will see you on the flip side in a few hours.
Cool. Thanks, Prince Heather. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to get into anything Lindsey Graham at all. I'm in a pretty foul mood today, so I'm not sure I want to go there. Peter, you're back. Can you speak?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I got a call coming in. I have a couple. But yeah, Will, you're exactly right. What you were saying about them operating block trains on a sort of trunk long distance thing, and then splitting them into smaller trains for the eventual destinations. So what you want to do is strike the sort of big marshalling yards where they separate these trains, where they've got multiple tank wagons there at the same time, and they invariably spend quite a lot of time there being marshaled, separated, and that. And the Ukrainians all know what these locations are. It's just a matter of having the right munitions to do it, i.e. the ATACMS, cluster bombs, or whatever, like you say. Absolutely right. Another point I was going to say about the a totally unrelated point I was going to say about the Yaroslavl refinery. They've had 3 unsuccessful misses, 3 unsuccessful attempts. Maybe we ought to get Gunny on the job. Isn't he known as 4th time lucky?
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point, because that refinery, you know what I'm thinking is I'm going to do a profile of what I'd like that refinery to get hit. What in that refinery I'd like to get hit, because sometimes when I talk about something, it magically comes into existence. And yeah, that we need a little juice or something to get it. I think that Ivanova airport is that airbase is. Has an air defense umbrella that is probably sneaking out over toward the refinery there. But man, that's a sweet refinery. 4 crude trains, vacuum train, a full lube oil refinery, a delayed coking right next to it. It's sweet as it'd be a very juicy target for a number of reasons, and I'd love to see 2 of the 4 atmospheric trains taken out there, along with that vac column, and really puts a dent in their capability. So the rail switching yards in Taganrog, I find particularly interesting, Peter. If I'd be interested in knowing whether or not you think the rail marshalling yards in Rostov are better, or the ones in Taganrog. The reason I like the ones in Taganrog so much is because they're in a proximity of both the air bases, and there's lots of other factories and things in Taganrog that I find compelling as targets of opportunity in case you didn't hit the first thing you were aiming for, I guess. But yeah, that jumping off point from there, Taganrog, that corridor between there and the Ukrainian border it's only 35, 40 kilometers from there. So easy to reach targets from what we've seen, if they could put the right tool on it. But a single, we've got a host connection issue, by the way, if anyone's listening. But the reason why I think those would be such a good thing for ATACMS is multiple cars in a yard full of fuel, different types, could be done with a single ATACMS missile, whereas you'd have to get, you know, a lot of strikes from drones to do the same thing. But once you set a decent sized fire,
Just tell you we've got a host connection warning. I have sent messages.
yeah, me too. Me too. I'm going to send a message in the background too. But yeah, I find those the yards to be very compelling in Taganrog, because one ATACMS missile could with a cluster munition warhead could set a very, very big fire on a whole bunch of rail cars at the same time, and I think that would be a major difficulty. ATV, go ahead.
I mean, on that point, and maybe to tie a bow on, at least from my perspective, I was thinking more that the large majority of Russian train infra is electrified. Is it possible to degrade the electrical system to the point where they need to start massively replacing trains with roll-on, roll-off